order. Let's see, could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Narenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly-Jevich. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for a closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, thank you. Any member of the public wish to address the council on any items on the agenda or not on the agenda? Okay, anything online?
We do not have Zoom attendees, and there are no e-comments for closed session.
Okay, could you read off what we're going to discuss in closed session?
Yes. As authorized by the government code and on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1, conference with legal counsel and labor negotiator. The employee organization is the Redondo Beach Firefighters Association. Items F2 through F8 are on the title conference with legal counsel existing litigation. For F2, the name of the case is in regards to 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy, CD Cal case number 223-BK-10918-ER. Item F3, the name of the case is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23-STC-P02189. For F4, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23-STC-V10146. For F5, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al. Case number 23-STC-P00426. For F6, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC and Leonid Pilstonikov versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach. Case number 22-TRC-P00203. For F7, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20-STC-P03193. And for item F8, the name of the case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sandra Traus, an individual, versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 23-TRC-P00325. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's the shortest one since I've been here. City Manager Witansky, could you tell us who's going to speak to these?
Yes, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb, and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will be joined by Laura Calty, our outside labor negotiator, Pat Butler, our fire chief, and Diane Strickfadden, our human resources director. For items F2 through F8, we will be joined by outside legal counsel Abby O'Brien.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session?
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All for? Aye. Okay. We'll recess to closed session. We will return on or about 6 p.m. for the regular council meeting. Thank you.
Did you get email address?
Councilmember Nierenheim, absent. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic. Councilmember Obaji, absent. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we need city manager. So, city manager Witansky, do we have anything to report from closed session?
No reportable action this evening, Mayor.
Okay, and nothing to read off, correct? Okay, with that, I'd like a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting.
So moved.
Second.
So a motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I now call the regular meeting of the city council to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim, absent. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kaludjetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized at this time. Anybody? All right. Thanks for your service. If we could all rise to salute the flag and remain standing afterwards for a moment of silence, I'd like to call up Hope, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening. My name is Hope. I am in 4th grade at Jefferson Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is reading. I like to swim in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you could all remain standing for a moment of silence. Okay, you can be seated. Hope, thanks for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Well done. And come on up for your picture. Well done.
Very nicely done.
Turn around, we'll get a picture with you.
1, 2, 3. Wait, there you go.
Is that Dad? Thanks, Hope. Okay, so now we'll go to presentations, proclamations, and announcements. Excuse me. Uh-oh, what's this thing? Is it going to go off on me?
On for you.
Okay, so we have two recognitions tonight. The first is a commendation to Mona Cho for receiving First Lady Jill Biden's Girls Leading Change Award. So this is our first recognition for tonight. Mona, would you come on up and join me up here? Mona is a Redondo Beach resident. And a sophomore at Miracosta High School. She's a member of BCHD's Advisory Council, Youth Advisory Council. She's also a member of the district's Youth Health and Safety Committee, where she leads a team of 5 students in a campaign to spread awareness on how to stay safe on social media and prioritize mental health online. As part of this work, Mona created a short film that follows real-life stories of the impact of damaged digital footprints. In October 2023, she received a distinguished honor from First Lady Jill Biden, who hosted the first Girls Leading Change celebration at the White House. This celebration coincides with the International Day of the Girl Child, established by United Nations General Assembly in 2011, recognizing girls' rights and the unique challenges girls face globally. The White House honorees were selected by the White House Gender Policy Council for their efforts in leading change and shaping a brighter future in their communities across the USA. Congratulations on this achievement. Well done. have the actual picture. So this is yeah. Joe Biden with Joe. So, do you want to say a few words for us?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much. The opportunity was really great the main reason for me was that it introduced me to more women across the country who are doing activism and fighting for change across the country. And so it was really motivating in that I got to meet a lot of really empowering girls and also a lot of the female staff at the White House.
Well done, and thanks for bringing us home to Redondo.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so our second one is Beach Cities Robotics. This was a commendation to Beach Cities Robotics for being a finalist in the 2024 First Robotics Competition World Championship with Sarah Kiesler, the Redondo Union High School Robotics Advisor. Team 294, Beach Cities Robotics, is composed of 40 students from Redondo Union High School and Miracosta. The team was given 6 to 10 weeks to build a robot. This year's theme was Crescendo, a music theme where the robots were autonomously picking up orange musical notes for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and the robot would then need to hang for 3 seconds. Is that right?
Yeah.
The team competed with other robotics teams from throughout the state of California and across the country. They won the regionals that took place in Lancaster at Aerospace Valley, and then they went to Houston, Texas for the World Championships. Through this journey, the students learned to strategize and collaborate as a team. As a result, they earned a spot as a finalist at the first robotics competition World Championships. Congratulations to the team. And Sarah, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, totally. Thank you so much, Mayor. The students have brought the robot that they built. We're going to do our best to drive it across real quick as a little demonstration. This robot is completely built from scratch. Every piece of the robot the students design on a computer and then fabricate in our lab. So no piece here you can purchase at the store. They design it based on the needs. So these musical notes are from this year's Crescendo. And I think they're going to try to show you how it works a little.
Whoa.
It shoots much faster and much further, but we don't want to break anything in the room. Perfect. Yeah, so the students came in second place in the world, which is amazing with this robot. So we thank you so much for recognizing us.
So congratulations, and here's a commendation of that achievement. So thank you very much, and wow, kids, that's just fantastic. Well done. Oh, good. Here, Scott.
All right, kids, you want to come stand next to the robot real quick for a photo?
We probably back here.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's cool.
Oh, they'll be in front of us.
I'll go stay hiding.
Okay.
How do you know it's front?
Some kids, you want to come kneel right here?
Come on down. It's a musical. Come on in.
Kneel, please, and thank you.
Okay. Thank you, and well done. Well done. Very proud of you. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Flair.
Flair. Certain people would understand that.
Hi, thank you.
Okay, announcements from the council. Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, just a couple things real quick. Had an online community meeting last night. Great attendance, really good attendance. Went really long. A lot of great questions. Chat was active. Not as active as last time though. We went over a quick overview of the mayor's state of the speech. Got his slides, and that was really cool. Went over obviously the metro and why it's important. Did the 10-minute, which will now be the 1-minute picture speech. I wasn't planning on doing it. I did last week. And then I want to say about Veterans Park next week, Monday, at the flag, there will be a ceremony for veterans, for Veterans Day, to commemorate those who have fallen and why we get to be here with freedom of speech and our freedom and live peacefully here in the United States. It's a great event. It's put on by some fantastic veterans who've been doing it for many years, very well organized, and you'll have a lot of elected officials and dignitaries from around the area. So come on down for that. It's at 1 o'clock, and there's a barbecue afterwards at the Elks Club. So come on down for that as well. So it's a great event and great, always fantastic weather for this event. So I don't know how it is. It's like the Rose Parade. The Rose Parade never rains on the Rose Parade. Well, on these events, it doesn't rain. It only gives us good weather. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
You just jinxed us, but that's okay. The May District 2 community meeting be held a week from tomorrow evening, May 29th, online on Zoom. I'll be joined by two illustrious guests. One is our city treasurer, Eugene Solomon, and finance director, Wendy Colasso. We'll be talking about the 24-25 budget that's upcoming. Big night. We talk about our priorities as a city, and the budget gives you an idea what our priorities are. So register on redondo.org under District 2, and you can sign up for Zoom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So last Wednesday, I went to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the pallet shelters in Hawthorne, which are modeled after ours here in Redondo Beach. So it's great to see that they're seeing the success and impact in that investment in their community as well. And Saturday, I attended the South Bay Leadership and Wellness Conference at Alcove. Actually, Mona, who was just presented here, was there speaking on the efforts that she's doing with social media and bullying online. But it was just great to see so many young people investing their time and efforts in improvements in our community across the greater South Bay entirely. Also, my community meetings I have two scheduled, one online, May 30th at 6 p.m. My special guest will be Dr. Wesley. She'll be talking about the potential school bond coming up, answering any questions about that. And then I'll also have one in person Saturday, June 1st at 11 a.m. Jefferson Elementary. School board member Byung Cho will be there doing the same, answering questions, telling them, informing us about the things they've been talking about with that potential bond. And we'll be answering any questions about things happening here in the city as well. And I know my council member, Obaji, will be discussing the metro next, but important meeting. I hope to see so many of you pack that bus so we can really advocate for what is our locally preferred alternative, which is the Hawthorne Boulevard option.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you for that segue. First, I want to say thank you to Joy Ford, our quality of life prosecutor. She came to my community meeting last Thursday and spoke about a robust, enhanced response to homelessness that's getting us close to functional zero homelessness. That's less homeless arriving on our streets than we're taking off our streets. So we're getting close to there. In addition, of course, the Metro decision's being made this Thursday. It is the single most important decision facing Redondo Beach, probably this decade. Now, if you're a person who wanted a no mall at the sea and you fought against that, or if you're a person who wanted a movie theater right there on the coast, if you're an activist in Redondo Beach and South Redondo, please step up in North Redondo as well. Go to redondo.org/metrobus and sign up to join us. There's about 5 more spots left. Ride the bus for free, get some collegiality with a bunch of North Redondoans. Go up there. Several of us will be up there. And we'll even be giving out these red shirts of No to Row. And let's advocate. This is the only way we can do grassroots advocacy, is showing numbers to the Metro board who do represent all of us in Los Angeles County, that we want this to go down Hawthorne Boulevard and not in our backyards along the right of way. So please join us this Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. My announcement is for our District 5 community meeting next month. It's going to be on Tuesday, June 25th at 6 p.m. at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. It's open to everybody, and we are going to have a special guest, District 4 Council Member Zany Obaji Jr. He's going to be joining us.
Zany.
Speaking to a lot of important issues in the city, speaking with our residents, and I hope everybody can join us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have nothing to announce this evening. You guys covered it all well. I will be there Thursday, so.
Thank you, Mayor.
And I will be there Thursday as well, too.
Awesome.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the order of the agenda. I think we want to pull one early, don't we? We have people to speak on the, so N1, it's already early, so I guess we don't have to. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the order of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items tonight?
Yes, Mayor. We have public communications for non-agenda items. We also have public communications for N1, which is related to the analysis prepared by City Gate Association for the Redondo Beach Fire Department compared to the Consolidated Fire District of LA County. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, consent calendar item. Does any member of the council wish to pull a consent calendar item?
Yeah, I'd like to pull items H14 and H17. Yeah.
I don't want to pull anything, but I do just want to make a comment on H19. Can I just do that now?
Sure.
This is to approve the CityNet contract amendment extension. I just want to comment on how important this is for our city. The data we get from the CityNet census is really imperative to how we address homelessness in the city. This is an extra census or homeless count we do in our city that actually interviews people that they encounter to figure out if they've been homeless before, where they came from, just more demographics that really help us address actual issues as opposed to assumptions that we may get from the county and the data they give us. So just a really important investment for us.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett? Okay, so other than H14 and H17, does any member of the public wish to address any of the consent calendar items before we go for approval? Okay, anybody online?
We have none in line, but we do have three e-comments for H9.
Okay, thank you.
We support.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar items other than the excluded items?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, now to go into the excluded items, let's,
Just before we start, I need to read two resolutions.
oh, yes, sorry.
That's okay. H6, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2405-037, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, declaring its intention to order an assessment for the maintenance and improvements of certain street lighting fixtures, appendages, and landscaped areas for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2024, and ending June 30th, 2025, and setting a date and place for the public protest hearing. We also have one more, H15, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2405-036, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications to update the position of computer support specialist. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, going to excluded consent calendar items. First, H14. That's a service policy and agreement with Global Phone for satellite phones for our first responders.
So, thank you, Mr. Cook. Yeah, so this is usually Iridium handsets, right?
Yes.
And we're getting seven of them for a total of $12,400 with an ongoing cost of $8,800.
Correct, yes.
Why is this not being charged to the radio and communications fund?
So this was initially budgeted for inside the IT budget. So there's different sections of the IT budget where we do pick up some costs for things like the devices for the fire department, where the fire department may pay the service. So there are pieces that wind up in the IT budget, and there's pieces that wind up in the communications budget. Just for this particular one, the funding for the phones landed in the IT budget this year.
Yeah, because the ongoing says IT internal services fund, so it's kind of like speaking to both.
Right, and they would
And
get-
it's not, and
The departments would be charged back. So it's held in this fund, but the departments are allocated the expenditure through the ISF formula.
as per the budget motion that passed last year, we were supposed to do an audit of the communications fund, which is significantly underfunded. Have we begun doing that? Because I'm seeing now new items being added to this communications fund, or not added, but they should be added. And now we're doing these, a pretty good sized chunk of change here.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that in the budget message here in a bit, but that is a big part of what we're absorbing into our carry forward and ongoing budget is new technology costs throughout the city. In some places, it makes sense to have it housed in IT because they're the better organizer, collector of data and information and procurement arm, and then charge it back to the departments from an operating standpoint. In other instances, it might be something that would be directly charged to the communications fund. It just depends on the specific type of equipment. So we'll likely spend some time at mid-year looking at both the IT and communications fund through the ISF formula.
And these are going to the how many department heads are these going to? What
I'll
department
have to
heads?
defer to Chief Butler on exactly whom they're going to.
I'll speak. We worked with my interim fire chief, Patrick Butler, good evening, council members, mayor. Well, 7 handsets. We're going to have 2 assigned to PDs, a few to fire, 1 to the city manager's office, and then public works. And the 7 handsets will basically used as, they'll have call groups and phone groups. So in the event of a major disaster, we'll be able to make key communications with public works, police, fire, dispatch center, and the executives that would be here in case of a big disaster.
And these connect to the county as well, correct?
Yes, so they have talk groups. So there's talk groups that are citywide and countywide that we can program into. So for example, here in Area G, our other partners have the satellite phones and we program talk groups into them. So we push the talk like the old Nextel phones and we'll be able to establish talk groups. And the talk groups are also part of the contract fee.
Why wouldn't we just assign radios, those Motorola VX 8000, 9000, which have basically the same functions except the satellite function? Because they have the cell phone signal in there, they have VHF, UHF, all the different, they can talk to any department in LA County, in California.
We do it under the assumption that we're going to have a landscape disaster where
No network.
cell phone systems are down, where repeaters get out of alignment, because there's microwave antennas that are in alignment, and those can get shifted like during the Northridge earthquake. So this is really a backup plan. So if that event happens, then we'll have some communication that we can use.
Have you thought about testing the T-Mobile and the whole Starlink, all that? Gizmo.
So we have looked into that. That's a very new service, not technically
Right.
available quite yet. The real goal here is to get public safety personnel the ability to speak to each other in the event of an emergency like Chief Butler just described. So the pilot for what they've announced with T-Mobile is going to be text only to begin with. And it does rely on ground-based communications so that the handset talks to the satellites, but then the satellite talks again back to a ground-based communication station. So it still relies on physical infrastructure on the ground to actually get that message across. So that was a scenario that we wanted to make sure that we were able to function in if we had a big enough earthquake or something of that nature that was damaging to lines and equipment on the ground.
Okay, no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other council members wish to talk on this item? Okay, so
I'll make a motion to approve item H14.
Just for the record, we have no e-comments or,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's
Yeah.
okay.
Does any member of the public wish to speak to, Mike, you can sit down.
And the next one's mine too.
Okay. Well, we might get, anybody from the public wish to address this one? And you just said nobody online?
Correct.
Okay. So we have a motion. Did we get a second? Okay, a motion and a second. All four?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Now going to H17, amendment to the agreement with Complete Paperless Solutions.
I wish the title of that company was 100% true. As we found out going paperless, you can't go paperless. But with that said, one of the things that when I came in office here and when I got reelected was go paperless, go digital, act like a startup, move forward. And Mike, I know, Mr. Cook, sorry, I know it's not a big item, but I know when you came in here, we had a discussion, and one of the reasons why Councilmember Lowenstein and I pushed really hard for the new website was to get new forms on the website, not papered forms, and to go paperless, do a digital system, so not requiring paper. So I'm glad to see this item. How many other departments could utilize this new system and expand the system and grow this so that we won't have to do scanning in and hopefully won't have to ever do scanning in ever again?
And so we've talked about a little bit about this as we've done our budgeting and our strategic planning. There's quite a bit of departments that are using it right now. Our building department's a brand new user of it. Police department actually has as many documents in it as the rest of the city's departments combined. City clerk's records are all on the system. The building plans are all on the system. We're moving more of our engineering drawings into the system as part of the agreement that's going through on this proposed item. So more and more departments are adopting it every day. It's more of a storage, it's a scan and store, it's a get rid of the bulk paper that we have now. It's a mechanism to distribute things electronically.
Historical.
We're not doing a lot of like digitization of our form processes with it, and we're looking to a number of different tools, very department specific. We're doing city tech in our building department right now, and it's really kind of application specific where we are making the processes electronics. But ultimately, the end repository where files are going to go live for a very long time is the environment that we're talking about here.
Okay. And how long is that going to, I mean, so we're attacking a background of paperwork, backlog.
Yes.
And how long is this going to be? Maybe a year, 2 years?
What's in here, you're talking about months worth of work to pull in what's proposed here. The other thing that this gets me on the technical backside is that there is so much in the environment right now that's actually becoming unwieldy for us to manage. So this is also them coming in and helping us do compression and cleanup and making the system run better and faster for us as well. So it's a little bit of organization of what we already have, as well as bringing some more data into the system.
What is the ratio when you came in here of printers to employees or employees to printers?
So we deployed our last printer today. We went from order of magnitude, I think the exact number was 104 off the top of my head, order of magnitude 100 printers and copiers in the city, which is about 1 for every 7 employees. And we are now in the low 60s.
No, we have 420 employees.
Well, they serve part-time staff as well.
Yeah, I'm counting heads, not FTEs.
Got it. Okay, and what will we be able to get
Roughly
that
in half.
number down to? What?
Roughly in half.
In half. That's a huge savings.
It is.
And it's savings of people getting up out of their seat, moving around in paper and everything else. So I pull that because I know Councilmember Lonesi and I have been pushing a lot of this technology stuff, websites, the APIs for Tyler and all the other aspects, changing our budget system to a more digital-based system, and this is a big stride. It looks like a small one, but it's actually a big stride moving forward. So I appreciate it. I wanted to spotlight that and show the public that we're running more efficiently and we're doing what we can. So I
That
appreciate
translates
it.
to rooms full of paper that are now dead empty.
Yeah, that's huge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members wish to talk to this item? Any members of the public wish to address this item?
I have
Anybody
no-
online?
No, none.
I'll make a motion to approve item H17.
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
I
Thank you.
abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that one.
All right, abstain.
Okay, now for public participation in non-agenda items. This section provides members of the public the opportunity to comment to any subject that does not appear on the agenda for action this evening. The section will be limited to 30 minutes, and each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes. And I have a number of cards here. I'll read off the first two. If you could pre-stage so we could move through this quickly. The first is Joan Irvine. The second is Georgette Ganter.
Hi, Joan Irvine, District 1, Mayor, City Council members, city staff, people who are here today, and the people who are out there. I want to thank the city staff and the City Council for moving forward on the legalization of cannabis dispensaries and delivery last week. I would be more excited if we hadn't been at this exact same place almost 2 years ago to the date. So I implore you to move forward as quickly as possible so we're not in the same place 2 years from now. I am somewhat concerned about a timely solution with how City Attorney Mike Webb stated all the other more important agenda items that need to be addressed in the next few months. It seemed like it was going to be July or August before it could come back on the calendar. And I would ask that the city prioritize cannabis legalization and bring it back on the agenda every 2 weeks until the city has chosen the 2 finalists. Let's make this important. In the meantime, I will continue to educate people about cannabis. For example, tomorrow at 2 p.m. on my radio show, Your Best Life, on healthylife.net, my guests are Shuri and Elizabeth Mack, the Green Nurses. They are the same nurses that were featured in a cancer support community webinar on cannabis and cancer. Then next month, I'm going to have Sue Taylor, an advocate for seniors and health. She used to be a Catholic school principal, but pivoted to opening up a dispensary in Berkeley to serve the senior community. To now, she is, along with Sanjay Gupta, was featured on Anderson Cooper's The Last Word, Weed, A Senior Moment on CNN. Plus, she has her own podcast, Plants Over Pills. Also, I blog about cannabis on my website, drjoanirvine.com. Speaking of education, many mainstream colleges are offering either certificates or degrees in cannabis. For example, just a few. The College of the Desert, UC Riverside, UCLA has a research project institute. Fulton College offers a cannabis studies associate in arts degree. UC Irvine has a Center for the Study of Cannabis. Plus, there's in the industry, many people are offering certificates. But please continue to move forward as quickly as possible. Also, on a personal note, today is my 3rd anniversary of being Cali sober. I used cannabis to transition from alcohol. I did this for health reasons, since alcohol contributes to many health issues. Speaking of health, it's summertime and the bands are playing all over the South Bay, so go dancing. It's good for your health, and baby boomers still rock. Thank you.
Thank you. Georgette Ganter and then Brad Waller.
I'd like to distribute for all.
Motion to receive and
Motion to
file.
receive and file.
So moved.
Hi, Georgette Gantner, District
All for it?
3. District 2, mix it up. Yesterday, I walked the entire street of Artesia, and this is in reference to public art that for District 4, and the money that has been allocated, at least $400,000. And so I thought, I want to walk the street and get a feel for what businesses are there? What does it feel like? How fast are the cars going and so forth? So I made an entire list of every business on that street, including, and I noted vacant properties, residences, and whatever else. And then the last page is a summary of a distribution of how many restaurants, how many hardware stores, how many massage parlors, how many whatever. And just to get a feel for going forward, it's going to be a while before we do this, but going forward, in light of this, what kind of business or what kind of art do we want for the area? And so my reaction to this was the following. It's a really fast boulevard. It's a corridor, as we all know. But walking it for 2.5 hours, it was pretty intense, making me a little anxious. Cars are going by faster. A couple of motorcycles, I've been in enough motorcycle and car races. They were going about 100 when it opened up. They just zipped by and it went, oh, interesting. And it's pretty common for everybody to go fast because you're going from point A to point B. And even on the sidewalk, there's like bikes and you have to kind of stand there and go, all right, I'm not turning yet. Let me see. Is there anybody? And I almost got hit like 3 times. So it's going to be challenging. I know there was a mention at some point of a beautification process. Hopefully that will happen before. I have no idea what that entails. But actually I was encouraged because I was under the impression that it was a lot more rundown just driving through, and I had walked it like years ago. And it was kind of enlightening to see that there's improvements happening. There's some nice businesses. There's some vacant properties that look like they're in okay shape. Maybe that can be used for an art center at some point, or a plaza, or an event center. It doesn't have to just be an art gallery. But what I thought was really interesting is the area where there's a bike path. It's a cool area. I really love that. On the north side, there's some dirt in an open space, and I think the nearest high tension tower is about 200 feet away. Excuse me. And I don't know if Southern California Edison would allow maybe a plaza to be built there, but there's a parking lot there. It's a spacious area, and maybe that's a possibility for a plaza, because at least it could be built off the road a bit where it's quieter, and then people would be safer. There'd be bollards, but they could feel safer to hang out. But it will be challenging. It seems right now, if the car speeds are kept the same, huge pieces of art would be beneficial. And I love this idea of a sign. Welcome to whatever, Artesia Corridor, welcome to Redondo. There's one in Willits, I think is really cool. But anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you, and enjoy the information.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
Good data. Brad Waller and then Kevin Mitchell.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I am Brad Waller, the Vice President of Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. We are a 10-year-old organization that's established as a nonprofit dedicated to the beautification of Esplanade and have monthly sweeps on the first Saturday of every month. The first Saturday of this upcoming month is June 1st. Meet us at Esplanade and Avenue I and join the staff and students from Redondo Beach Unified School District who will be sponsoring this month's sweep. We have all the supplies, and I invite anyone to come down and join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Mitchell and then Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kevin Mitchell, Redondo Beach, District 3. I spoke with a Condon Row resident on Sunday who happens to have been an engineer on the row handling these LPG tank cars and is very, very familiar with the row generally. We spoke about hazardous materials, and he mentioned that they also transport hydrofluoric acid, which is used in the refining process and aluminum production. He mentioned that they are given training in a gigantic hazmat book binder to reference for handling protocols and emergency procedures. I hadn't realized this, but there will also be an elevated section of light rail south of 190th between Prairie and Del Amo. This section is next to the tanks behind the refinery adjacent to the row. I'm guessing this is to separate these hazardous elements spatially per regulations. The section is the same regardless of the route choice. It illustrates the sensitivity to commingling these materials with electric rail. His house on Condon will also be particularly affected due to it being about 25 feet below the train grade and having little or no backyard. He will be going to Metro on Thursday and is going to bring his fat hazmat book. So regardless of the decision on Thursday, I think that we still need more clarity about the section south of 190th. If they can't have freight and LRT using the road at the same time, the freight will run at night. So we need to get Metro to disclose this reality as soon as possible. I'm happy to see the city's participation on this important Metro Day, and we're seeing the community rally overall. I think we're going to have a big showing, and I suggest getting there early to assure time to speak. Perhaps the city should provide a speaker list of city officials prior. I do believe they will give you guys priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and then Holly Osborne.
Good evening, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. And when I first became involved back in 2018, Metro presenters argued that everyone supports the right-of-way option except just a few of us residents. Nope, a good 95% of the whole city prefers Hawthorne elevated. The gas lighting was rampant. Recall City of Torrance's official strategy was to offer the residents just one option, the one that would not impact any of their stakeholders. In their city government's marketing campaign, they were not shy about calling us stupid, shaming us, thus encouraging the residents to follow suit, thereby creating a hostile community environment with no room for discussion, no negotiating, AKA bullying. Just last month, when my husband approached their mayor for a civil chat, he even said those rude things to Kevin's face. Last fall, a Torrance rep took printouts of their QR-generated form letters to a board committee meeting touting a total of 1,000 votes. That took about a year or longer to gather. Metro touted their alignment agnostic phone poll of 671 respondents and used Torrance's QR results along with some draft DAR responses in favor of the road to claim 1,200 against our organic responses totaling 287 about. Holly Mitchell ran a poll along with the RSVP for her walk. She hasn't revealed those results, but said she had 500 RSVPs. Since it was tied to the RSVP process, it wouldn't be an accurate representation of our true locally preferred alternative. Well, I'm proud to share our answer to all of that. At the encouragement of Maxine Waters' congressional staff, a petition was started on April 24th. So in just 3.5 weeks, the Hawthorne option has received nearly 1,300 online signatures, and combined that with the canvassed ink signatures from folks who don't have internet access, it could be up to about 1,500 by now. It climbs by the hour and might even reach 1,700 by Thursday. True LPA. So the activism club of young people, they lack understanding of the big picture. It's all about them. I've seen their emails, scripted talking points. When going off script, they say things like, we're all gonna be dying off soon, claiming the only ones who matter are writers. We've been called whining NIMBYs and even racist. They've invaded our Zoom meeting with sexual assaults. None of these people live anywhere near the impacted communities, and that's privilege. Some of them love to say that none of us possess the expertise of Metro's engineers. Well, we do have a double rail engineer in our group who agrees with our findings. He adds more scoop with his inside knowledge. That's how we learned the freight train also carries hydrofluoric acid. Activism club members emphatically advocate against the use of hydrofluoric acid at the Torrance refinery. Man, we're all in this together. One day they may understand the bigger picture. Hawthorne is the way to go. And I'll pass this around.
Motion to receive and file.
So moved.
Okay, motion and a second, all for it?
Second.
Okay, Holly Osborne.
I'm unscripted tonight, but I did want to say thank you to, especially to the District 1 and 4 people. Are you District 1? Yeah. My brain's fuzzy. I can't believe how fast you guys put those presentations together. They were just incredible, and I appreciate the others that have activated for us too. Because in one sense, this whole thing with Metro and their procedure is a disaster, because the one option that they have picked was not really written up in the DEIR, okay? It's got like two paragraphs. And when you write questions on the DEIR, that if it doesn't come up in your questions, then they don't have to address it. So basically, since we couldn't write questions on stuff they hadn't presented, they don't have to address anything. And also, I lost my train of thought. They've never discussed it. You know, they had 3 meetings where we were on the agenda, and each time, oh, we can't get to it, we'll do you tomorrow. And then it was, oh, we can't get to it, we'll do you next week. And so we have never heard the Metro directors, the board of directors discuss this, just like we've never really heard it at the COG. Mr. Obaji asked, who's the COG representative, asked them to discuss it. Did they discuss it? No. They sort of discussed to not discuss it. So we really don't know what other people think. And I think that's one of the things I was most disappointed when I go to the meetings is I don't know what those guys think. And another thing I'm really disappointed in is they have never sent us a BNSF representative to talk to, okay? I believe that's because I've asked. And so we don't know what rules BNSF thinks are important. We know what BNSF rules they're violating by the separation distance between the track and freight and the LRT. They're violating the 25-foot. It's less than that. And they're also violating the pipeline separation distance, but we have nobody to talk to from BNSF. So you guys, you legal minds, you get those BNSF people. I want to talk to them. And let me tell you, I don't think that Metro has ever seen the stack of engineers, aerospace engineers, all organized and putting together intelligent presentations the way we have. Okay, it's not a bunch of people who want a free ticket to a Dodger game that is supporting, that gondola project. We are engineers, we're professionals, and we're more professional than some of those Metro people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address non-agenda items at this time? Okay, go ahead.
2 things, I think. First of all, and I'm addressing the council, I know most of you are going on the buses, but all you out in TV land watching this, please, I believe you have one more day to write in to the Metro, and you can contact Nikki for that. But there's usually like 350 people that watch this on YouTube. Please write in tonight because it's important. These are our neighbors, may not be running through my backyard, but you're not going to run through my neighbor's backyard. The other thing I just wanted to confirm, I did hear about these programs that universities are doing on cannabis. I myself in the 70s did a 4-year program, but then I switched to English.
Can you state your name? Your name? Okay, great, thank you.
Anybody else from the public wish to address the city council? Okay, anybody online?
We have no raised hands and no key comments.
Okay. Great. Okay, we will move on to, let's see, item N1. That's the discussion about the county fire study.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Interim Fire Chief and Harbor Master Patrick Butler. And I'm here more so as a facilitator tonight. On the April 16th meeting, Citygate and Associates gave a presentation. Since that time, their PowerPoint has been uploaded onto the city's website. And today we're also joined by executive team from the Los Angeles County Fire Department, who are also here to answer questions. So I don't know how much role I have as much in this as more of a facilitated discussion, and I'm glad to answer questions as well.
Okay, sorry, I'm switching from the presentation mode. I have nobody from the council wants to. Okay, Councilmember Obaji?
Sure. Sorry, who's the representative from the county?
We have Chief John O'Brien. He's the chief deputy with his staff from the executive office.
Thank you for being here, Chief O'Brien. Quick
Yes, thank
question
you.
for you.
Come on up.
This process got started before I got on council and it never came to phase 2, but has the quotes that the county has given for fire service, have they changed over the years? Because my understanding from a county firefighter that I spoke with in response to our Citygate study was that the fire department, the county fire department used to give quotes that kind of like, lured cities in, and then they'd have to change the rates later on. And now they're being a little more candid and upfront with the heavy costs associated with bringing the county fire department in. So has that changed at all?
So, I mean, to be transparent, this process started back in 2018 when your council at that point came to the county and asked the county if they'd come in and give a cost estimate of what it would look like to go to county fire service. An initial estimate was provided, and to your point, council member, at the time, the prior administration had been using a cost share formula, and that cost share formula looked at what are known as ins and outs and factored in the amount of time that your resource from the city of Redondo Beach would go out into an adjacent city served by the district. However, what was never factored in were the ins of the county resources coming from the other areas into those cities. And so the formula was changed, and so the formula is just a pretty straightforward formula now, representing the level of apparatus that are assigned to the city is what the city will be billed for. I believe when I was here in February, I kind of mentioned it as a a la carte service. You tell us what you want in each of your fire stations, we'll give you what that pricing is.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks
No
for
problem.
the quote too.
Anyone else from the council wish to,
Yeah, I have something,
please use your,
not for you, but
I actually have a question for,
yeah, anybody have
Chief
a
O'Brien.
question for the chief?
the quote that you gave us, does that include things like pay raises over the next 10 years? And does it include workers' comp?
So to answer that in two parts, no, it does not include pay raises.
Okay.
Obviously, the Fire Protection District is a special district under the County of Los Angeles. It's not a county department. It receives no general fund revenue for fire district operations. The general fund revenue that comes in is specifically for a percentage of the lifeguard services, which is kind of off and to the side and separate from district responsibilities. So the district's primarily funded through property tax pass-through and then the various contracts we have. Of the 60 cities the district currently serves, 13 of those cities are known as fee-for-service cities. If Redondo would be coming over, it would too be a fee-for-service city. So in terms of pay raises, the pay raises are negotiated through the various labor groups with the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors award those pay increases, and then those pay increases are passed along to the fee-for-service cities as well as the district cities in the property tax pass-through that occurs. With regard to workers' compensation is included in the numbers, so that number is included in what was presented in the proposal.
Are there other things that perhaps we have missed that should be in there in your proposal or are not in there? So for example, like you just mentioned, the pay raises. As a special, it sounds like it's a special assessment if there is an increase. In general, there are pay raises for our city.
Yeah, so yearly, the city contract will be refactored. I have our chief from our financial management division, Adrian Lee, and then our planning division. But generally speaking, we factor into our formula about a 3.5% yearly COLA.
Okay. And Lacera is also, in terms of the retirement, is that also factored into?
That is factored into these numbers that were presented to the council.
Okay.
And there is an employee share there, which obviously is not factored in there.
Okay. Vehicle replacement, that's all part of it in terms of what's your life cycle generally on engines?
So the life cycle generally on engines is about 20 years frontline, 5 years in reserve.
Okay.
And so based on those numbers, that is all baked in the formula that was provided as well.
Okay, so it
So
sounds
there would
like,
be, we'd never come back to the city and say, we need to buy a new fire engine for the city. We need the city council to come forward and pay for that.
so in other words, most things are in there with the exception of pay raises and firehouse renovations, correct?
Major firehouse renovations. We take on the day-to-day maintenance of the facilities. If there's significant structural repairs or remodels or rebuilds that need to occur, then those are negotiations that occur with the city.
Okay, thank you.
I got a couple.
And then obviously, excuse me, council member, also in there is all of the liability risks that are associated with running a fire department. You know, if a vehicle gets in an accident, no one's coming back to the city of Redondo Beach suing the city of Redondo Beach. That lawsuit comes to the county Consolidated Fire Protection District. Same thing with EMS responses, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajevic.
Thank you, Chief O'Brien, for coming. Appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
There are a couple questions I asked last time, but I realize that you're a much better person to answer this. It was stated that there's no federal and state regulations directing the level of fire service staffing, response times, and outcomes, but that's a local policy decision. So for our community, we have our own local department here. We have the ability to influence those things. If we were to go to county, what kind of accountability and influence would we expect to have?
Well, I mean, in terms of that, we're providing a service. And in that service, you know, the council provides what their expectations are on that service, and that is set in the contract. So within this contract, you're contracting for at Station 1, a paramedic assessment unit, a 3-person engine, a quint, 4-person quint, and then a 2-person paramedic squad. And then Station 2 would be a paramedic assessment engine, again, 3-person, a paramedic squad. And then we'd be converting Baywatch Redondo, which is our existing lifeguard, into a Baywatch paramedic assessment unit. So in terms of accountability, you know, we provide reports to the council demonstrating our statistics on our response times. You'll have a dedicated community service liaison who'll be able to provide that information to you on a monthly, quarterly basis to make sure that we're adhering to the goals that the district has set and that you expect us to adhere to.
Okay, so
I
what
don't
I'm
know
hearing
if
you
that answers
saying.
your question.
Yeah, so those are performance terms that we would have to negotiate in this contract.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering if those response times are already in the numbers you gave us. So the response times that we're used to here in our community, is that something that it's apples to apples?
I would assume, but I'm not familiar with how City Gate got into their numbers. So that'd be something I'd have to sit down with Mr. Gary to talk about.
Okay. And so you did say that the county does track and share response times?
Yes.
Okay. The other question I had as far as cost, it would go to Baywatch for our harbor patrol there. It says in the report that you would not be able to enforce city codes in the harbor.
I'm not sure what the report specifically said, but I can comment to a question that was posed earlier with regard to enforcing some of the harbor-related items that would require an amendment to the county code.
Right.
And that's something that we would certainly be willing to look at during negotiations and having that amendment made to county code that would allow that to occur.
Well, and then the cost for that would also have to be negotiated, which is probably not in the numbers that you gave us.
I can't fully speak to that. I mean, unless you're per se adding personnel,
Okay.
or there's a bonus derived from individuals being required to do that duty, there probably would be no cost increase.
Okay. So if there were an amendment at the county level, the number that you have given us would allow them without addition to enforce those codes.
Provided that the labor group didn't require a negotiation on a specific bonus to allow that to occur. If there was a bonus associated with that, then that cost would be passed along to the city.
Understood. Okay. Those are
Just trying to be completely
No,
transparent.
I appreciate it. Yeah, those are the questions I had.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Back to me. No further questions for you, Chief O'Brien. I suppose
Well, let's just stick with
okay, nothing for Mr. Chief
Okay.
O'Brien.
Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief, for being here. So right now, we're not in negotiations, right? This is the survey that's being done, and you guys there's two parts to this survey in these phases, and the next part would be to go into actual negotiations for contract services.
That is correct.
Okay. And from what I'm understanding is we would never get another bill from you, say in 5 years. So recently, we just got a CalPERS bill for $40 million because they didn't invest very well. If we get a massive liability claim, or you get a massive liability claim, or LaSera doesn't do very well, would we ever get another bill from Fire, LA County?
As we discussed, again, the rates fluctuate based on.
Once we
all
pay
of the-
that bill,
yes,
it's final.
correct. However, with pay increases and everything else, I'm not.
Right, no, what I'm saying is year over year, so.
Yeah, year over year, you'll
Year
see.
2010, you charged $10 million. In 2014, you're not going to come back to us and say, you know what, you owe us $3 more million.
Well, I mean, again, depending on what happens with the salary and employee benefits, again,
No.
the city pays monthly,
Again, let me-
whatever the
let me-
contract is, and then that contract, yearly, we provide what that dollar figure is. I just don't want to mislead anyone.
Right. I want to be perfectly clear so we all understand. The contract says we owe you $10 million as per the contract and the wages for that entire year. We do
Yes.
that year. You send us a bill for the $10 million, and in 3 years say, oopsie, really, we had, all these other things.
Oh, no, we would not go back like that, no.
That's what I mean.
That's what you've paid, sorry.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of conversation about Station 2 and the moving the engine out of there and us getting a Quinton in Station 1. Can you speak to why you would go down that path of not having 2 fire engines there?
It all has to do with the concept of consolidated fire protection. When you look at consolidated fire protection, especially within Redondo, you look at the surrounding area resources that are able to collapse in on the city. So when we look at a standard first alarm residential structure fire, that residential structure fire is going to receive 4 engines, 1 truck, 1 paramedic squad, and a battalion chief. If we transition that and take it to a commercial structure fire or an apartment house, that is going to receive 5 engines, 2 quints trucks, 2 battalion chiefs, 1 paramedic squad. Generally speaking, within those terms, your initial response for that first alarm residential structure fire is a minimum of 19, but could be as high as 23, and that's based on some of our engine companies are 4-person engine companies, others of our engine companies are 3-person engine companies. If you translate that to the apartment or the commercial, you're going to have a response force of 27 to 32 on that initial first alarm. Should it go bigger, that seamless balancing of resources when you go to a second alarm, you're going to have 58 firefighters in the city. Basically, we double that response. You're also going to have a hazmat, a USAR, and then an assistant fire chief, as well as an emergency support unit responding in for that rehab component as well. And then when you take that to the commercial side, you'll have anywhere from 66 to 75 firefighters.
Your ladder truck, do you have a minimum staffing for a ladder truck or Quint?
We do. We staff all of our ladder trucks with a minimum of 4.
Minimum of 4 people. Okay. And you talked about reports to the council. Are these monthly reports?
Monthly, quarterly, whatever the council would like. We work together to develop that reporting matrix that you'd like to see.
Okay. In Hermosa, they had a model, they had agreement with a 0% loan to fix up their fire station. I realize it's a negotiation, we're not there yet, but is the county open to do those types of negotiations and contracts?
I can't speak to that because that would all occur during negotiations.
So last question I have for you. A lot of the questions that surround, actually, I have 2 questions. Available resources comes in 2 parts. So when there's a general call, when we're overloaded with, if there's 2 paramedic, 3 paramedic calls, all of a sudden we get a 4th one. Our paramedic services are exhausted within the city. And this happens quite a bit. We call Manhattan Beach for mutual aid all the time, 5-6 times a week. And what resources would be available to us on a day-to-day basis for those types of staffing levels and we need increased staffing for a few hours?
Well, obviously, you'd have the 2 paramedic resources within the city, or the 2 paramedic units within the city, as well as the assessment units. And then neighboring in Hermosa Beach, you have Squad 100. As you kind of work your way out into the Lawndale area, you have Squad 21. And then as you work your way towards the peninsula, you have Squad 2. And then up there, you also have Squad 6 and 106 as well, all within striking distance of the city.
Along the same terms with available resources, there's been a lot of conversations. I've had a lot of questions regarding if there's a disaster. I know we just had actually iridium phones. I just realized now, iridium phones, we have disaster. We're 180 years overdue on a San Andreas fault. And a lot of people have said their opinions about what happened about county fires. Since we're a contract city, what happens in that case? What happens to your employees? Where do they go? Where do they report to? Who do you take care of first? And what available resources are for a city like Hermosa Beach or my PV?
Well, I mean, obviously the stations would be staffed. It would be our expectation of our personnel that they remain in place until relieved. We do have an algorithm for our personnel in terms of where they report and when they report. We try to get folks to the closest fire station so we can start managing what resource allocation looks like and how we deploy those resources. Depending on the severity of what the earthquake has done to the infrastructure, that's going to dictate what we can and can't do. If we have an employee that lives in Riverside, it's going to be hard for that employee living in Riverside if they're assigned in Hermosa Beach or anywhere in the South Bay to get there, vice versa. If we have an employee, and we have plenty who lives in Hermosa Beach, but is assigned up in Palmdale, Lancaster, it's going to be hard for him or her to get up there. So that's why we come up with that algorithm and that plan that has our folks reporting to their closest geographical fire station, checking in, and then from our command and control aspect, we do inventory of where resources are, and we could use the resources at our disposal, such as helicopters, et cetera, to move personnel around as we need to get folks into those various areas. But I think probably the largest thing that we all need to realize in the event of the large earthquake like that, there's not going to be enough public safety resources to go around in any city. And it's really engaging the community and getting them to understand their level of preparedness and how they need to be prepared, as well as advocating CERT, which is Community Emergency Response Teams. And so we offer a tremendous number of CERT classes throughout the district on an annual basis to try to get people trained up. So in those type of disasters, you do have that capability of neighbors helping neighbors, because there just aren't going to be enough first responders in all of Los Angeles County.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else for the chief? So I have a couple, Chief, and I appreciate you being here tonight.
No problem.
You talked about, negotiating the level of service and the responsiveness. Does that take the form of a service level agreement that you're then bound to, or how does that get embedded into the?
Well, absolutely. And I encourage Marcia to correct me if I'm speaking wrong. But what you see in the proposal that was provided to you is what your expectation is of units that will be assigned and within your city. Now, periodically, some of those resources might be assigned to a structure fire in Lawndale, but we'll never leave the city dark. And we have allocation of resources to do what are known as back or move-ups. Throughout the district, we have 172 engine companies that covers approximately 2,300 square miles within the county of Los Angeles. We have 35 truck/quint companies, 75 squads. And so we move those resources around day to day when we get large incidents, because the large incidents aren't all that common. Last year, we ran over 435,000 calls. Of those 435,000 calls, over 330 of them were EMS calls. So that really is our bread and butter, are the EMS calls for the paramedic service.
Yeah. So the service level is units available, or is it response time? Like, you get to some place within
the service
6
level
minutes, or
is your staffing. And
is
then
your
is your daily staffing.
Okay.
So
I got it.
What's been articulated in the proposal is what that service level is. And obviously we have our response time goals. And in order to make sure that everything is transparent, we share those response time goals with you, again, monthly, quarterly, weekly, whatever the council desires.
Minutely?
If that's your request, I'm sure we could set up a report that would spit it out every minute.
Baywatch, do they actually do enforcement now, or do they just do rescue?
They primarily do rescue.
Do they do enforcement? Will they pull over a boater and say, let me see your boating certificate?
Not that I'm aware of.
Or PFDs? Do you have PFDs?
No. I mean, I am not aware of them issuing tickets or citations.
Okay, thank you.
But I do think they enforce boating safety. If they see something unsafe, they will address it, but it's not going to come in the form of a citation.
Okay, do they look for safety equipment on board, PFDs and fire extinguishers, noise producing?
If they have a reason to go on board the boat, they are not going to do a law enforcement inspection. They will provide the boaters information to keep them safe.
But they don't send them back or escort them back because they're unsafe?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Have you read the Citygate report?
I've seen portions of it. I have not read it.
Okay, so you haven't reviewed it. You couldn't give us what you think is, whether it's...
No, I'd want to sit down with Mr. Gary and understand his assumptions on how he got to some of what he articulated in the report before providing comment.
Okay, thank you. Any other on the council have any questions for the chief? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming down. Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief O'Brien, for coming down. This started 6 years ago, and at the time, the county could provide quotes that were competitive with what cities were operating on their own. At this time, it would cost the city an additional $13.8 million over 10 years to contract the county, and I don't think it makes financial sense. It would be acquiring a service that we can't afford. And we have a great service that, thanks to Chief Butler, thanks to the work of Chief Kaufman before him, has been analyzed, reanalyzed by Citygate, put into a report of 191 pages long. We had this excellent presentation last month about all the strengths and the quicknesses of our fire department and our firefighters, and areas for improvement. So we just need to keep focused on our own fire department and improving the quality of service, the speed of service within our community. And so for that reason, among others, I make a motion to receive and file the Citygate study, thank the county for its quote, and close the matter.
Second.
Keep it down. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yes, I understand. Okay.
I actually have something I want to share. Can I go before the public goes?
Yes.
Can I light up 1A, please?
So you're not seeing it?
Oh, it's coming.
Yeah. Beautiful palm trees.
So good.
They are.
I know, isn't that a beautiful palm tree? All right. So in addition to, where we've come from, it's also why we're here. And that's very important. And what we didn't do in the last year, what we were supposed to do. A year ago, May 2nd, 2023, Councilmember Baji made a motion, which I seconded, which was approve this reimbursement agreement with LA County for Phase 2 feasibility study. And we amended. And we had an improvement with staff, agreement with staff to go forward with Citygate to do a study of our fire department and comparative services, as well as what recommendations they have for our fire department, which were voluminous and very wide, and a lot of other recommendations that they pointed out. The last item, which was part of the motion, but it never came back, and it was supposed to come back, and I understand why everyone's here. Everyone wants to give more than their 3 minutes because it's important. They want to give their half an hour and 45 minutes, is that a resolution was supposed to come back forming a Brown Act committee with 5 council-appointed members and 2 mayoral appointments, similar in kind to the charter committee, and a backup member for each council member. That is direct verbiage from the motion, and that never came back for that Brown Act committee. And what's so important about that is I understand why everyone's here. I understand why everyone's intent. We need to have a community conversation what's happening, because Councilmember Lowenstein and I, in last year's budget, gave more than twice what the fire chief asked for in services and reoccurring costs. And Councilmember Lowenstein and I have been vehement supporters with what's going on here in our local fire department to move forward and treat employees, get better retention, and move forward. So this item, just because I know it's going to come up, and I was going to go down this path, and I just want to get this on the record. This item is titled, Discussion and Possible Action Regarding the Comparative Deployment and Organizational Analysis prepared by Citygate Associates of the Redondo Beach Fire Department as compared to the Consolidation Fire District of Los Angeles County. Now, that's the title, and I just asked a very key question. These negotiations, they're not negotiations. There's comparative studies. We're doing studies for our fire department. This is actually the third study. If you count these as 2 studies, this is the third one because we did it with Chief Kaufman, who was both police and fire at the same time. And we're fixing a lot of things in our fire department moving forward. And I'm very proud of the work that Councilmember Lowenstein and I have been here since 2017, uncovering, fixing, moving forward, uncovering, fixing, an iterative cycle moving forward. And I really want to thank the county for providing this study to give us a great point of view as to what they would be able to provide for cost of services. Now, a lot of people say that there's a conflict with me being sitting up here.
Hey, let's keep
Right, see, exactly, because you guys can't be respectful. So I put it up right here for everyone to see. Yes, I work for LA County. Yes, I work for fire department. And yes, I work for lifeguard division. I'm not a firefighter. I'm not able to work at a fire station. Okay, I'm a recurrent ocean lifeguard. I can't even work Baywatch because I'm not promoted in that position. I don't have any abilities to work any of these areas. So when everyone wants to come down here and talk about this, I'm very proud of the fact that I do work for a fire department, the most knowledgeable person up here, and I've had a lot of people come up to me in the last few years and talk about how
If you can't control yourself, we will remove you. If you can't control yourself, we will remove you.
I have delved deep into this subject, talking to almost every single council member from around the South Bay, Torrance, Manhattan, El Segundo on this issue. This is a very serious subject. We are talking about safety, public safety. We're talking about response times. We're talking about equipment failures, right? So first of all, this is not a contract. This is a feasibility study, right? And we enter in services and contracts with a whole multitude of other sections of the county all the time. Local control. Everyone's talking about local control, and I've asked this question to a lot of people. I sat down over the last few weeks with commissioners, public, and I want to know what local control meant. So Councilmember Lowenstein and I, in the 2021 budget, fought vehemently, extremely hard, and I appreciate everyone's here today. But the problem is, when it comes to budget times, in 2021, we cut a 4th person off the ladder truck, which represents a 50% reduction in the level of service to frontline firefighter service. I voted no on that budget. That's ridiculous. We should never be doing that. That is frontline public safety cutting in services. It doesn't matter how fast that fire engine or the fire department personnel get there. They don't have enough personnel to run that fire equipment. They can't safely run that fire equipment. Okay? Now, the police did a fantastic job here. I'm going to compare the police and fire because we support our fire department, but at the end of the day, we haven't been. And I feel horrible for those fire employees who have been working in the conditions that they've been working in. And police did a fantastic job. They reorganized at the very top level. Administrative reshuffling. Didn't fill vacant positions. saved a lot of money. They didn't cut positions. And this is really important, big difference in the two. You know, I showed this picture last time, and, you know, when I call over to my fellow electeds in other cities, and I say, hey, thanks for helping out on that fire, and they return with, we weren't there. That was your fire truck you've been borrowing for the last few weeks. You know, I appreciate the fact that we have drones and we're moving forward, but we need to have our priorities set, Redondo, and having fire engines that are well kept and maintained so that we use them, we can available in Area G amongst other areas. That's priority number one for me. That is why Councilmember Lowenstein and I bought another fire engine without even asking or prodding city staff. So we are going to have the newest fleet in the South Bay, period, bar none. And that is something I can say that he and I have worked on. We were with Mayor Brand in the back here, calling around the state of California to get that deal, making that happen. You know, local control. You guys all want to sit here and talk about local control, but I want to know from everyone that comes down, how much are you willing to pay so that we don't have to deal with the following pictures? And these all come from our fire stations. And what's so important about this is Manhattan Beach just redid their fire station. They started the process in 2017, $7 million bond, $1.4 million in ARPA funds, $1 million in general funds. It's a lot of money, but they redid their second fire station, getting ahead nods. We need to do that. And where are we going with this? If it wasn't for these studies that we're doing right now, you wouldn't be seeing these pictures. We wouldn't be having this conversation. These are tough conversations to have, and I get it. But with record revenues that we're having right now, we also aren't paying our employees. You know, we had a firing range discussion, and I very clearly stated, while I support the police department, we have to level our expectations of what we can and cannot afford. This is the quarters of what our firefighters house themselves. They live here in these conditions. They live here in these conditions. All right. Again, I can't say enough about these firefighters for Redondo Beach. You know, if they had to take an Uber or get in their own vehicles to go to a call, deliver paramedic service or fire service, they'd do it. That's how much they love the profession and love what they do. But I don't think we're treating them correctly. Look at these conditions. Our fire stations are in dire need. And on this budget, I want to know from you guys coming up, we just released the budget, how much more we need to spend on our fire department to get their stations moving up to par. This is subpar facilities. And I'm very serious about it. I know Councilmember Lowenstein is very serious about it. We've had many conversations about this. And before I start going down the path, I know a lot of people are talking about bonds and bonding, general funds and sales tax revenues. We need to make sure we find our efficiencies everywhere we can in Redondo Beach. We've kicked this can down the road far enough. Councilmember Lowenstein and I have said last year, we're no longer doing that. We now need a new city hall. We need police station. We need a new police firing range. We need a lot of city infrastructure. So these are some factual updates that need to happen to the Citygate report that are just factually wrong. I'm not going to go over all of them, but I will talk about this. This $14 million number is factually wrong. And this happened actually, one of the biggest reasons, and I'll point out the biggest reason was because in the Citygate report, it says we're going to be spending $800,000 a year for 10 years across the board for our claims and liability and insurance. That's factually incorrect. And I can say that with an absolute factual truth because the Budget and Finance Commission on November 12th of 2020 actually had the actuarial come down and speak to them and talk about what it would actually cost. So I'm going to read the answer from the actuarial who does our numbers for us every year. In response to Commissioner Samples regarding the possibility of contracting fire out to the county, Mr. Glicksman said, assuming fire moved prior to June 30th, 2020, the dollar figure would not change at all because the injured workers have already been injured. He said that as of 2020-21, the numbers would reduce gradually over time. So there's a lot of recommendations in this Citygate report. And in this Citygate report, there's a lot of costs involved in the Citygate report to update our fire station, update our 911 call center. The Citygate report doesn't talk about the fact that we just implemented EMD, Emergency Medical Dispatching Center, right? That's a $50,000 raise. That is also a significant cost that we have moving forward. These are great services. We need to be doing this. Moving forward on all of these things, we wouldn't be having these conversations or doing this if it wasn't for this. The last thing I'll point out is in the harbor. And this is really important because the Citygate report said they wanted to move the second fire engine down into the harbor patrol. And first of all, it's factually incorrect because the Citygate report, the guy who was here was never there at the harbor patrol station. It wouldn't even fit that building. You have to modify the building. And then you have to leave out of the harbor patrol building and go through the parking lots. Well, that dramatically decreases your response times. So as we're moving forward here, I want to know from the people who are talking, I want to see all these reports go to these commissions. I got a 2-page report here from Budget and Finance Commission that went through the $1.7 million ISF savings and inaccuracies in the report from 2021. And what I want to know moving forward with is how much are we willing to pay? How much are we more willing to add to our fire department budget to fix these issues, these structural issues that haven't been addressed for so many years? And whether that's in a bond you're willing to pay out of your property taxes, whether that's a sales tax increase, or whether that's a bond we pay out of our general fund. So I will send that over to you, Ms. Manzano. Madam Clerk, I have to send the other one to you as well still, but I will send these slides over to you. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see, we'll go by cards. I have Vicky Otzel and then Erica Snow Robinson. So please line up and be ready to come up to speak after the speaker ahead of you. What?
Hi, my name is Vicki Etzel. I'm from District 3. Thank you for having me up here tonight. I think there's no doubt what I want. I appreciate all your information that you have given us, but I would like to keep Redondo Beach Fire Department and not go to county. That's it.
Are you willing to pay? How much are you willing to pay to fix all of this moving forward?
No, we're not going to do that.
Not going to ask everyone that?
No.
All right.
No. Hey, order. Order. You don't have to answer that, please. Thank you for your
I
comment.
didn't think I was being,
Erica Snow Robinson and then Stephen Otzel.
District 2, Erica Snow Robinson. Dear people who are supposed to be looking out for the residents' best interests, and Paige, who I think actually is, what in the actual bleepity bleep are y'all doing? Haven't y'all caused enough damage and divisiveness in this city? Y'all are the reason we can't have nice things. And now you're trying to take away what nice things we do have, like our fire department. How many times are you going to make all of us show up down here and scream and holler and tell you we don't want LA County Fire? It's ludicrous. And to top it all off, we paid $100,000 for some study that said it wouldn't be to our benefit to switch. Okay? Let's not pretend the behemoth that is LA County is efficient in any way, shape, or form. Chief just said LA County Fire covers 2,300 square miles. We're a mere little teeny tiny 6.8 square miles of that. I have a hard time believing we'd get the same level of amazing service that we get right now. It's rich that I just had to listen to Niels ask how much we would pay or that we can't afford this. Since I've been an activist in our community since 2000, and the reason we don't have any funds is because you and Brand's Army and other cronies have literally run us into the ground and run developers off, so we have no revenue. But it'd be worth it. It'd be worth it to raise whatever funds we have to. I lost the election against Todd Lowenstein, but let's be real. Him and Niels had the backing of the Fire Union Association, whatever they're called, because they needed to back who they thought was going to win for what? To hold sway over y'all? Apparently this. The one thing had I won, the residents wouldn't have to worry about is I wouldn't give away our fire department. This is shameful. And what's more shameful is that you, Niels, should recuse yourself since the LA County is your fire is your boss. If that's not a conflict of interest, I don't know what is. Apparently there's nothing that's a conflict of interest if that's not it. So are y'all just so beholden to the LA County Fire that you're just going to keep bringing it back for a vote? Is that what we're going to do here? Because that's just ridiculous. And you're not going to get any of us to say, yes, we want LA County Fire. And in fact, if y'all do go to LA County Fire, all you're going to do is unite everybody in the city against y'all to ensure that you don't get to run for mayor or whatever else you think you're going to do next. And it would be sucky, the price we would have to pay to watch y'all get ousted, because that would have meant that we would already be at LA County Fire, which is not, I don't feel is in our best interest. We do not want this. Keep Redondo Fire Redondo. Thank you.
Okay, that's from Stephen Otzel and then Brad Waller.
Mr. Mayor, can I say
No.
one thing?
No. Okay. Quiet.
Am I on?
You're on.
All right.
And then Brad Waller.
My name is Stephen Etzel, and I have been a resident in Redondo Beach for over 32 years. I am here to let the Redondo Beach City Council know that I do not support the effort to transfer the firefighting responsibility from the Redondo Beach Fire Department to the Los Angeles County Fire District. I attended the Redondo Beach City Council meeting a few months ago where the Citygate Associates presented their comparative analysis regarding the transfer. And frankly, I saw no benefit to the residents of Redondo Beach in pursuing this action. The whole proposal appeared to me to be a costly solution in search of a phantom problem. In closing, I urge the members of the City Council to vote no on this misguided plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Oust, I'm sorry, Brad Waller and then Pat.
Hello again, Mayor and City Council. I'm Brad Waller. I live in District 1. I've tossed my prepared remarks because I think that the motion is a good motion. So instead of opposing anything, I am supporting Councilmember Obaji's motion to receive and file this. This has been talked about quite a bit. The resident support, whether it be online or in here, is pretty straightforward. You people all work for the people that elected you, and the people in this city seem to be very, very strong that they want to keep local control, even if it does cost more than we are paying now. I'm not saying people are willing to pay $14 million right now. If we want to have a good fire and good police and good streets, it's going to cost money, and we're going to have to find ways to pay for it. And that's the job of the people that have been elected to lead us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim Mueller and then, I'm sorry, Pat Oust, then Jim Mueller. I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry, Pat.
Good evening. Pat Ost. I think you all know. I know a little bit about the fire department. I worked there for 32 years. I was the fire chief for 10 of those. And I know about surveys. I was the president of the LA County Fire Chiefs Association. I was in a whole lot of things. I was involved in 5 different studies on consolidating South Bay fire departments into LA County, and none of them ever washed out. I mean, they all washed out, but none of them really worked. So this is not something that I think is beneficial to our city. It's better to be the way we are. Yes, it costs us a little more maybe, but we know up front what those costs are going to be. We know that we're going to have to pay raises. We know that we're going to have to do these things. I don't think we're going to give up all of our firemen and lose the way that we run. We're the best fire department in the rest of the county, and that's been proven. So we've earned the right to be proud of our city and the way it is. Yes, you can look at certain things and say, well, this is going to cost us more and we can get less there. We don't know we can get less there, because I was involved as president of the LA County Fire Chiefs Association with departments that were so sorry they went there, but they couldn't get out. It would cost them more to get out. You don't just simply go back. We wouldn't have any fire engines. So that's what I'm saying. This is not a good idea, and the first motion, I think that was made to just say, hey, thank you, we appreciate your study, but we're going to stay where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Mueller and then Miriam Butler.
Mr. Mayor and council persons, thank you for taking my comments, and I want to express my personal appreciation at your service. because I know how difficult it is and some of the things you have to face. I just want to say that it seems to me from listening to what the Citygate person had to say, the communities have chosen to go with LA Fire because they can't afford their own fire departments or for other reasons that make it impossible for them to continue. But I do think that they would have preferred to keep their fire departments because the fire service is a personal service. And I think you can see how personally these people are taking it, and all of the people really in Redondo Beach. When you have a person who's going to come into your house and administer to your body or to a family member, it's a personal service. And you want people who you know are committed to your community and will respond to your needs. And that's why I think so many people in Redondo Beach want to keep their fire department. Now, the one thing that I've looked for is a comprehensive study of not only the expenses, ongoing expenses, but the capital budget needed to keep our fire department. I've looked all through the city as much as I can, website, to find such a study, and it doesn't seem to exist. And the people of Redondo Beach need to know that if they want their personal service, their personal fire department, how much is it going to cost them? Not only in the ongoing expenses, which I think were covered with the Citygate report, but the capital expenses as well, as Mr. Narenheim told us about. So I think that people do want to keep their fire service, and I'm glad you made the decision you made today. But we need to have...
We haven't made it yet, but...
Well, okay. I think we need to have a very detailed capital and expense analysis. I'd be willing to help with that. I have experience doing things like that. So, so I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Miriam Butler, and then Mel Samples.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Just FYI, there are 77 e-comments on this agenda item, and all but one opposed going to county. Tonight, I heard that in a case of a disaster, we would be much better off with our local fire department, and that's a benefit money can't buy. The Citygate study has concluded, and based on the results, without doubt, there's no financial benefit or service benefit to going to LA County. Councilperson Kalujerovich rightfully made the motion to conclude any further discussions around this topic at the April 16 meeting in an effort to move on and address the many other issues plaguing the city. She did not get a second to her motion. And it appeared the reason she didn't get that second motion was so that the fire union had an opportunity to review the results, and that would ultimately help them in their negotiations. That's fine. I'm all for people getting the data they need, because people have a right to information so they can bargain a fair and reasonable contract. But once they received their data that night, we could and should have put this issue to bed. Instead, people have to come here again, people feel stressed, and we just want this done. So now I'm hearing we likely will not have enough money in our city budget to give our fire department everything they would want. As a matter of fact, it sounds like most of our employees need raises, but our city cannot afford it. I would like to point out that this is a direct result due to lack of revenue. I heard Councilperson Obaji a few months ago state that we have record revenues, but though that may be true, you're correct, we also have record expenses. So I might have $1 million and I might have that money in the bank, but if I owe $1 million, I have $0. So my point is that if we're barely making it as a city, we don't have funds to pay our employees. This is important when various unions look to support certain candidates. If you're going to support a candidate who does not support businesses, that results in revenue. This is a direct result. It's a lack of revenue resources to pay. So we all need to think about this as we think about who we want to support in the future. If we want more money and we want more resources, we can't support anti-growth or slow growth leadership. We all should seriously vote for leadership that will support improving our city's financial fitness. Don't let Niels fool you with this PowerPoint. It shouldn't fall upon the residents to have to pay so that certain community members keep their part of the city quiet and quaint. Thank you.
Okay, Mel Samples, and then Mark Hanson.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All four?
Aye.
Aye.
Oops. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mel Samples, District 5. I'm not going to advocate for or against either one of these choices. And that means I've got half the council that thinks I'm on their side, and I don't know which half. But I'm going to tell you straight up, if you're here tonight to make a decision based on cost, you're on the wrong page. You've got to know how to read the Citygate report in order to even consider this. And I've given you handouts. Everything is out of the Citygate report with the exception of one flyer that talks about NFPA 1710, and I'll get to that in a minute. But page 3 of the Citygate report says that we save $13 million if we keep our own fire department. If you read in the really tiny letters next to it, that's over 10 years, or about $1.3 million a year. It talks about this being a flat line projection. It doesn't consider things like workman's comp costs, overtime costs, or any of the other costs that go into the fire department. It's purely talking about salary. You might spend a little bit of time, actually in the paragraphs that immediately follow that. There are a lot of caveats to the number, and they leave out many relevant details, as has been pointed out otherwise. But you might spend some time on page 5 of the summary where the last few sentences say, quote, "For base operational costs, either agency could be more expensive in just a few years. And the city has 2 capable but different fire service provision options before it." So this is where I get kind of upset with the Citygate report and the discussion that we're having. The report contains no discussion of what we, the citizens, expect in terms of service from either choice, and it doesn't identify what assumptions County Fire has made in order to arrive at their proposal having to do with service delivery. The report mentions several standards, but it doesn't do anything to explain their relevance. That's why I gave you the summary of NFPA 1710. That's a nationally recognized standard. And no, there are no laws that govern what we do, but there are nationally recognized standards that fire departments benchmark themselves against in order to determine what the response times are. If you know how to read the Citygate report, you'll find out that particularly for EMS responses, we fail in a lot of areas and a lot of places. Okay? Pages 31 and 32 of volume 1 of the Citygate report contains graphics of how important these response times are. And page 5 of volume 2 is a map with expected drive times in Redondo. You'll notice that every district in Redondo Beach has an at-risk area where the fire department can't get to you in the stated 4-minute drive time for a major emergency. That's not just fires. Don't forget, our fire department is 70% EMS. It's only 30% fire. Okay, the report identifies, okay, got that. So I think these are the kinds of items that are important no matter which choice we make, whether we talk to the county or we talk about our own department. It's how are you, our city council, going to fix these deficiencies?
Time.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Samples, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you sit on a city commission?
Yes, I am.
Which commission?
Budget and Finance.
Would you like to see these reports and to go through these reports?
The Budget and Finance Commission in this past meeting sent a letter to the city council asking for exactly that to happen. Actually, in my closing, what I was going to ask is that the city council not make a decision tonight, but instead defer this and appoint a committee. Probably.
Your time's up, sir.
Well, I asked him a question.
Yeah, Nils, we're gonna.
Yeah, I asked him a question. You didn't answer.
But
I think we got the drift.
Well, I'd like to see a committee.
Wrap it up.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, Mark Hanson. And then Arnett Travis.
Mark Hanson, King Harbor Boater. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. With your permission, I'd like to submit a
Motion to receive and
hard
file.
copies.
Second.
All four?
Aye.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to rise this evening in favor or against the motion on the table. You're getting a lot of great input. I went over the Citygate reports in detail, all those pages, and I just wanted to bring your attention some concerns I have about the references to Harbor Patrol. There were both some things in there that demonstrated lack of an understanding of our actual Harbor Patrol, and then some recommendations that kind of went counter to things we really worked on in details in the past. The admin report acknowledges that the analysis of King Harbor operations was beyond the scope of the work, and the consultant acknowledged that their overview was based entirely on review of various documents and conversations. They probably should have stopped right there rather than acknowledge they didn't do a study and then trying to provide some findings. They lost a lot of credibility with harbor people in some of the ways they described the harbor. They said that Fire Station 3 Harbor Patrol was out on a wharf. It's never been on a wharf. We have a nice 2-story Harbor Patrol building. The little crow's nest is out on some piers, but nobody's ever slept out there. They talked about a Basin A having private towing. There's no such thing as a Basin A, and there's no private towing in any of the basins. They also, talking about management, said it was spread out, including a Basin 1 contractor. I can't find an experienced boater who knows what the heck they meant by that. So those 3 things also kind of immediately called into question the credibility on making findings. Of the findings that they gave, of course, they talked about trying to put a fire engine at the Harbor Patrol building. That access would be through a narrow road, parking both sides, kids, dogs, dock carts crossing it. That's been dismissed in the past as a really bad idea. They also talked about trying to use Baywatch. We've described that in some detail. They're busy up and down the whole coastline. They can't take care of us. That's kind of an imaginary cost savings. No one's ever suggested that we could hire them cheaper than we could hire our own Harbor Patrol. When things happen in our harbor, they happen fast, okay? Boats get disabled, the waves and the wind blow them right into the breakwater and pier. We have to have 24/7 in-harbor response. Final thing they're talking about was trying to use private contractors, meaning I assume some kind of vessel assist. We don't have that in our harbor. It has to come from Delray or Long Beach. And again, when we have our emergencies, what looks like a non-emergency right now immediately, quickly turns into one as they blow up on the harbor and pier. The final item that we do agree with as voters is we would enthusiastically embrace a new independent harbor department and waterfront director. Thanks for your time.
Let's see, Arnett Travis, then Robert Moore.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I appreciate all of you being here and allowing residents to speak on this very important issue. It is personal for most of us to the fact that we have our own fire department and that we want to keep it. And for me in particular, in January of 2021, my husband called 911, and within 2 minutes, the fire department arrived at our house, came up the stairs, and took me away to the emergency room. I was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer, had not been sick. I've lived in Redondo Beach for 34 years. And until that moment, I had no need for the fire department at all. It is extremely, extremely important that we retain our fire services. As someone pointed out, the majority of those services are EMS. And that's not a small thing because so many fire departments do not have EMT trained personnel. We're very, very fortunate in Redondo Beach that all of it's my understanding, of our fire personnel are EMT trained. In my case, it was a life-saving measure. And I won't go into a lot of the detail with regard to the report. A lot of other people have done that. I've looked at the report. What I see is a clear-cut case of money is needed, yes, for our fire department, but we're not going to get that from the county. We're not going to get that. We are low on the totem pole. Just as we have stripped ourselves or denied the residents of additional revenue producing venues and opportunities, no developer, from what I hear, even will look at Redondo Beach because of the difficulties in getting anything done here. And that is not a good situation to be in at all. So I urge you, while you are looking or deciding whether or not this is an opportunity, please take it as an opportunity to loosen our minds, to open our minds up to other ways to bring money in to this city that's badly needed to fix our fire department, to fix a lot of things that need fixing, including this area here. And I thank you for your time and attention.
Robert Moore, and then Abby Gasquet.
My name's Robert Moore. I'm in District 3. I've spoken to you before. I was very proud to wear the uniform of the LA County Fire Department in the Lifeguard Division. It's a great organization. I love that organization. But as a resident of Redondo Beach of over 40 years, I've worked with the fire department in Redondo Beach. I really enjoyed working with them in the past. I've been retired for quite a while, but I know what we did with our Baywatch was not law enforcement. Coast Guard did that. We were rescue-oriented. Back up the lifeguards on the beach. The 83 storm, we were in the harbor, working with the Harbor Patrol, trying to save the harbor with a big surf. We've assisted on putting out the fire at the Redondo Pier. We always worked well together, but we've never done law enforcement per se. We do not do sites. The Harbor Patrol did that, and the Coast Guard. I, as a citizen of Redondo Beach, would like this council to pass the motion, and let's put this to bed, and let's do what we have to do for our fire department, our police department, and this city complex. Let's move forward in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby Gasquet? Abby?
Hi, I'm Abby Gasky. I've been living in Redondo Beach in District 2 for over 20 years. I'm a mother, I'm a physician, and I love Redondo Beach. I moved here from New York, not because I wanted to come to LA, because I wanted to come to Redondo. This is not LA. I don't want to be in LA. I don't want LAUSD. I don't want LAFD. I don't want any of that. Okay? What we have here is really, really special. Okay? I guess it's not important when I'm talking because everyone seems to be chitty-chatting and whatever, but okay. I've also worked in many, many hospitals throughout Los Angeles with our amazing paramedics and our fire department. And I got to tell you, the Redondo Beach Fire Department is way better. Okay? They've been in my home. They've taken care of my patients. I spent 15 years working in Los Angeles. It ain't the same. So you want to know how much money I'm willing to spend, Mr. Nierenheim? All of it. Send us a bill. What are we spending our money on now? These meetings? Right? We could be using all of this effort to be taking care of our fire department, right? But instead, we're doing meetings, and we're trying to rally everybody. And all I can see, because this is my first meeting, and yeah, I don't understand all this stuff you guys are talking about, your this money and that money and who you're in bed with, whatever, we all know, right? But this is about us, our families. And when your mother is visiting and she has a heart attack, whose priority is it? Redondo Beach Fire Department? Yeah. LA? Oh yeah, Redondo's on the list. Please. So focus your attention on why you're here and why we voted for some of you and why we will not vote for many of you when you come up to election, because I have lots of free time and I will work my butt off to make sure that you people do not continue to do this to our city. No more. It's garbage. We live in I got 44 seconds. We live in the most beautiful slice of the world that we have been so fortunate to live here. We have a pier that I don't even know what the hell happened to, but whatever, that's another meeting. But the fire department, no, no. Let's not do the fire department, and let's keep our Redondo Union High School while we're at it, and our school district, because what's next? Everything LA? You know, we'll give you a hat to wear. Fire department.
Okay, anyone else wish to address the council?
Georgette Gantner. I bet I could find the money. I have a suggestion. Street sweepers maybe don't need to come every week. I know a street sweeper costs, what, like $500,000? Maybe it's every other week. I sweep my street anyway because I live around where Joe's is and everyone parks and I don't get swept. So it doesn't matter. You know, I mean, that's just one item. I bet I could pick at that thing until I got $1 million or $2 million. Our sales tax is abysmal. It's the lowest of all the beach cities. We do need to lure people. We need to stop being afraid of development. We need to, you know, bring revenue in. And the first revenue we get, yes, let's repair the firemen's residences and their companies and whatever, their fire stations, because they do need it. And the thing is all the work that Councilman Nanraheim showed us that needs to be done, it is awful, the conditions, wouldn't be done with county anyway, because the gentleman, the chief that came up here said they're not doing major renos. So then it doesn't make sense. I mean, I know that's been a big point, that we needed money to renovate our stations, but it looks like that's not where the money is going to go. Anyway, what is our budget? Over 100 million about in the city? It's a lot of money, but we have a lot of projects. We got to stretch the budget, but if we could get a few million here and there, and then also the policemen need their firing range housed, and I'm for that. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor Light and council members. My name is Carissa Gallardo, District 3. I want to express my gratitude for moving forward with the fire study. As a strong supporter of firefighters, with my nephew recently being featured in the CBS News as a smoke jumper, and for my son's dad serving as a firefighter, I deeply value the dedication and sacrifice of these brave individuals. I share the sentiment of wanting to keep our fire department local as a cornerstone of our community. However, I also recognize that some smaller cities have transitioned to county fire departments, prompting us to ask why. We must learn from their experience and take proactive steps to ensure the stability and adequacy of our fire department. I understand the desire to send this to commissions for recommendations, but instead I support the motion to put this to rest and stay with the Redondo Beach Fire Department. Let's do everything in our power to preemptively fund our department so that we don't find ourselves in this position again soon. We owe it to our firefighters and our community to remain a local city fire department. I love the Redondo Beach Fire Department. Lastly, I want to thank each and every one of you council members who I know love the city and want to do what's best for it, even if you don't always agree with each other or with the residents. Your dedication to serving our community is deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Wayne Gregg, resident of District 1. For those claiming to support our first responders, where were you when the crew size of our response teams were cut by 1/3, which equals to 1/2 cut in service? When pay wasn't increased, when we needed to replace two 65-year-old stations that are out of date and don't comply with earthquake codes? When one fire engine caught on fire and another couldn't be repaired because it was past its useful lifespan? When overtime was rampant and we were short 9 first responders due to mismanagement and low wages. The former council members now engaged in fear mongering and chanting, "Keep Redondo, Redondo," did nothing for 8 years. Well, other than cover up for an incompetent chief who was their pal. If you don't believe me, it's in the report that Chief Kaufman did. Unlike them, over the past 6 years, I've been here at council meetings asking to help our first responders. In fact, I was the one that recently suggested to a bond major to pay the estimated $35 million to replace our antiquated fire stations. Not them, in 8 years in office. I've done this because I have family and friends who are first responders. In fact, my cousin was the fire chief of El Paso, Texas, a city over 10 times larger than Redondo Beach. When I talked to him about the problems we were having in our department, he said that we're being covered up. He said, we're lucky no one has been hurt or killed. If you truly want to keep Redondo Beach Fire Redondo, we need to pay them first and build new stations. Thankfully, our present city council has finally started the process for a bond after I threatened to come here every meeting, I guess. Maybe that's how you get things done in this town. Now, the discussion about our fire department is far from over, and we can't, as some suggested, just stop the conversation now and it'll all go away. We need to have the Budget and Finance Commission as well as the Public Safety Commission weigh in too. This is the decision that will impact the city for decades, and we need to do it right. When the council makes rushed decisions, we have stupid things that happen, like the $25 million we lost through the whole CenterCal debacle. Now, let's not ram this decision through in just one meeting. We need to let two former incompetent council members save face. It's time to move on and do the right thing. We have talented people in the commissions. Let's review it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to speak?
Gerald O'Hagan, District 1. I don't think I'm going to make too many friends here, but I have a unique, that I feel like, take on this. I was a Inglewood fireman in 1981. I've lived here in Redondo Beach for over 40 years. Love Redondo Beach, absolutely. We petitioned as firefighters, watching the city of Inglewood go down with budgets and everything else, and our training and everything else that happened during the budget crisis and stuff. Public safety is by far the most expensive item on anybody's thing, but the concept of the fire department should always be a regional aspect. It shouldn't be a thing where Redondo stays Redondo and never goes across their border, because you know what? Station 2 is right here by the hill there, and they're going to be closer to maybe when Station 1 here in Redondo Beach is on a call, they will be able to come in here and provide better response times. I don't know about the budgets and all that kind of stuff. I can't speak for LA County. When we came over in the year 2000, we were about twice as large as what Redondo Beach Fire is right now. It was a godsend, is what it came down to. The amount of training that we were given is incredible. You can't even put it on paper, because it's like, I can come up here, I can talk for a long time, and I'm going to get cut down, but I would encourage anybody here who's holding the sign is I'll give you my phone number. We can have an honest talk about what it is to be a fireman, okay? The liability issues, I know that is something humongous in nowadays type of thing. I was a paramedic for 14 years. I retired from LA County Fire Department as a captain, worked 19 years in Carson. The concept of a hometown fire department, when Hermosa Beach came over, there was more Hermosa Beach residents and South Bay residents working there than ever in the history of the Hermosa Fire Department.
Address the council, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, it's a very passionate subject for me, because I understand from the inside of what you get when you go with LA County, and I don't like to hear when people don't understand the process and everything that's going on. As far as the budget goes, I mean, you can look at this, it's a very simple concept to me. Why never going to the South Bay Fire Departments never happened is because it always ends up at the upper levels that get cut, not the boots on the ground. The same guys, the same number are going to be responding from the same stations. Your response times stay the same or get better because of the move-up system that the chief was talking about. I was on a move-up company. We did it all the time. But so, like, you could find, I mean, if you're going to stay Redondo, I know a lot of the guys down there, and I'm happy for them. And, you know, I can tell it's a passionate thing. But
Okay, thank you,
I'd just like to give my 2 cents. I would go LA County.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Anybody online?
Yes. Nancy Skiba.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Nancy Skiba from District 4, Public Safety Commissioner. And I just want to say that I totally support our fire department employees, our firemen, our paramedics, our EMTs, and I'm hoping that they will get a great outcome to their bargaining. and that we will soon be able to renovate those fire stations that we desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I see no hands up for Zoom. Let's see, we're having some issues with our e-comments, but at this point right now, we have 77 comments, 72 against, and 5 no response,
Okay, thank you.
for the record.
Thank you. So I'll open up to the council, but I wanted to just dispel some of the misstatements out there. So, the city has not chased out investment in the city. That's a false statement. The harbor was neglected for 20 years, and there's plenty of records that show that. It's the highest producing revenue producer, and that enterprise produces more revenue for the city than anywhere else. In fact, Cheesecake Factory, Blue Water Grill, and the hotels are some of the biggest producers in this city. We did not chase out the Galleria developer. We're waiting for them. We're waiting for their application to be completed so we can approve their project. So there's a lot of misinformation going out there. The project in the harbor ended up being canceled not because of resident activism, but because they violated state and local laws. They violated CEQA, they violated the Coastal Act, they violated our own zoning, and that's why they were stopped. Measure C didn't stop them. It was 11 coastal commissioners and 4 judges that stopped them. And we're still producing more revenue out of that harbor than anywhere else in the city. Riviera Village is doing very well as well. And in fact, we've filled, we've got 2 where Ruby's and On the Rocks was abandoned. There's 2 new businesses going in there. Samba's was abandoned. Yes, there are 2 new businesses going in there. No, there's a restaurant and a social club, so you're wrong there. There's a Samba's is reopened now as a Mexican restaurant. So there is, and we've invested in the design for the renovation of Seaside Lagoon, a new education center, and for the boat ramp that's required before we do anything else in the harbor. So there's a lot of misstatements out there. I just want to put that on the table. Excuse me, you had the floor, you're done. Let's see. Councilmember Narenheim, I apologize, I cut you off several times, so if you want to address in general, I will open it up to you.
Is President of the Redondo Beach Fire Union, can you come up?
Yeah.
How's it going?
President Campos, good to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Council, Mayor, Mike, City Manager.
We won't talk about any negotiations or anything, but a couple things came up. Any of the elections that I ever asked for ever get your endorsement, the endorsement of the Redondo Beach Fire Association?
No.
You're the most loved person in the community right now.
I know, I can tell by the
Yeah.
If I have a second too, I'd like to apologize to LA County Fire. I went to paramedic school with a lot of your.
Address the council, please.
Yeah, I went to paramedic school with a lot of their individuals, fire academy with a lot of their individuals. To talk disparagingly of them, I think is off point here. They provide a great service, so.
Thank you. When I first took, it's been many years when I was first on the council and got to take a tour of the first fire station with you. Can you speak to the conditions in the stations and how you guys feel over the last few years about working conditions and the generalities of how things have changed since I got elected in 2017, or more specifically since 2021, 2019, 2021? What's the morale like nowadays?
We're in a much better spot. Since, I'll say just in general, since this LA County topic has been around since 2018, we've been put on the front burner in the city. It feels like, and some of our issues have been addressed. A lot of them have been talked about tonight, but morale of the individuals has gone up. I will say negotiation times, things get wonky. So I would still say, to answer your question, from where we came to where we're at, we're in a better spot now. I definitely still think there's strides to be made that have been identified, but yeah, that answers your question.
Yeah, the station updates and upgrades, you know, all these reports never really talk about the station updates and upgrades. You know, first of all, I can't thank you guys enough as a group to be so faithful to this city and live and work in this houses. You were the first one that said to me, these are firehouses. That's why we call them firehouses. And that's when it really struck me as to what you guys are living in and working with. How important is it to you guys that those stations get upgraded and fixed and move forward on?
I think it's definitely top priority. I mean, they're 60+ years old now. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, that's it, appreciate it.
I have a question before you leave. Does the firefighter association have an opinion on which way?
We just want to be supported.
So you don't care which way it goes?
So if you guys choose to stay Redondo, we're in negotiations. We gave a solid offer today.
I don't want to get into that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but we need to be supported. And there's a financial cost to that everybody here talked about. So, yeah, in whatever direction you guys choose to go, we just want to be supported.
Okay,
And
thank you.
support means fire stations, means continual finances for updated rigs, and we don't want to be forgotten like we were in the past.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And thanks for your service, appreciate it.
Anybody else?
Anyone else from the
Yes,
council?
I'd like to speak.
Councilmember.
Not to Kenny, but I'd like to speak if
Well,
possible.
we'll get to that, but anything for,
No, not in particular.
okay, Councilmember, thank you. Oh,
You can go.
You good?
you're good. Councilmember Obaji.
Sure. I just wanted to support what Councilmember Nierenheim said in that the fire department was not on anybody's radar and city council was not taking care of the fire department until the last 3 years or so when Councilmembers Lowenstein and Nierenheim got support up here with my election, and we started to see a fire chief drop off, a police chief appointed as acting public safety chief, and conducted an assessment, which we supported with hiring of a consultant, Mr. Castro, to review what was going on in our fire department. And what we understood at that time is the fire department thought that the city council didn't care about them. And we can't blame them. They didn't care about them. And in fact, last year, out of the blue, it wasn't part of a BRR. Councilmembers Lowenstein and Nierenheim came forward with, hey, we want to allocate $1 million from our vehicle purchase fund to get a new fire engine because we need it. We just had one fail. And they added a firefighter to the ladder truck to make 4 individuals on the fire, to land 4 individuals on the ladder truck, which is the case in LA County, but wasn't the case in Redondo Beach under the MOU. And they rolled that out to ensure top flight service here in Redondo Beach. So thank you for your dedication to that, for diving in deep with your knowledge and using it to advance our fire department here in Redondo Beach. And last week, I made a referral at the end of the meeting to discuss a bond up here, a general obligation bond, so that we can support renovating or renewing, putting in new fire stations in our neighborhood that'll raise property value, rebuild our police stations, police shooting range. Probably talking about we haven't had a discussion yet, but probably $100 million bond. And we know that the school district is seeking a bond. And we know that Beach City's health district is seeking probably a $30 million bond. And they're all going to seek it in November. We probably need to seek it in November too. So it's important, you all are influential activists. What I'd say is make sure that the school district doesn't ask for too much money, because if the residents feel like, all these government agencies are asking for way too much money, I think the residents could easily vote no, no, no. But by and large, my understanding from my constituents and my neighbors is they do support a reinvestment into these structures here in Redondo Beach. So that's it, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thanks, Mayor Light. It's been 6 years we've been at this. I want to start by thanking a number of people that are here and not here. One is I want to thank Chief Kaufman because of his report. He got a lot accomplished with Joe Castro. I want to thank Chief O'Brien from county and Marcia and folks that are here from county. Even with all the rancor you hear, I think you're a first-class outfit, and I think everybody agrees on that, that knows the caliber of your services. So thank you. And thanks Chief Butler as well, too, for all the interim work you've been doing, as interim chief. You've been doing great work. So Nils and I, as you said, Councilmember Ovaji, have been at this the longest. And we care tremendously about public safety in our community. I mean, I'll give you a personal example. In the beginning of September, I came back from a business trip in Asia. I was dehydrated. I fell in my bathroom, became unconscious. The person you see sitting next to Chief Butler, Chief May, he was there and he gave me first aid. And they got me into an ambulance and got me to Little Company. And I have a gash right here because of that. So it's personal to me. It's personal to every person you see here. So when you see us doing the hard work that you elect us to do, which I hope you elect us to do, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that we've had a lot of transparency in this process. And I think we've asked a lot of questions. We've gotten a lot of the questions answered. I've always wondered, I've been like Kenny Campos. Wherever the chips may fall, they fall. But we at least have to do the due diligence. That's why you hire us, not to just rubber stamp things. Otherwise, we're all potted plants here. And we may not all agree on every item, but I think we all agree that we have the city's residents' best wishes at hand. It's not political. We're not looking to get support. Yes, I support the unions. Yes, I support our firefighters and our police officers. Of course I do, because they represent us and they do their best for all of you. So I know that some people here a few people here have a political axe to grind. That's fine, whatever. It's a free country. I know a lot of you are here because you really do care about the local fire department. And, I will say this, whether you agree with Councilman Narenheim and I or not, this guy has worked harder than anybody up here to make sure that we do the right things for this city and our firefighters. So you can say he's a conflict of interest. I completely disagree with that. He's not personally benefiting from this. But he's worked his tail off, and you cannot deny that. And that's fine. You can use a political axe, whatever it is. This guy deserves your respect. He deserves my respect and everybody else's respect here. Nobody has done more work than Nils up here, and I want to thank you for that. We fought really hard to fund our BFD. As Councilmember Bachi mentioned, we added another engine. That's the second engine we've added in a year and a half. And we've gotten good money's worth. I would just say this. If this vote does pass, and I'm a bit inclined to vote for it because I think it's run its course, we've gotten the questions we've asked answered. I would hope that everybody that is passionate here, if we do end up going for a bond, is out there on the streets walking with us to make sure that our fire stations are first rate. Those firefighters and those police officers deserve your attention and your dollars and my dollars, because if we don't support them, we can't support anybody. And I hope everybody has as much passion. We'll see if that's the case, and that's fine, but you have to support them. And please understand this is a process. This was supposed to happen, and it's improved. You heard Kenny say morale is improved. There's probably nothing more important than the morale of our public safety officers. So if nothing else out of this, that $100,000 was damn well invested because morale has improved. And the study that was done, we have fantastic police and fire. We needed to do this study. So I hope everybody appreciates that. And if we do go for a bond, I hope everybody supports this. So thank you all. Thank you, Pat. I know you have a lot of service to the city. And I've always respected you in terms of your service on the council and your service on the fire department. And you've always been a voice of reason. So thank you. I'm emotional about this because I think it means a lot to our city. And you know, if it's the last thing I end up doing because I'm termed out, I want this to be the right thing for our city. And I want us all in the same direction, walking the same direction, not split apart. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Kalijerovic.
Yeah, just real quickly, there's been a lot said here tonight. I think we can all agree that public safety is a top priority for all of us up here. There's been a long exercise here for years, and it's brought a lot of good change and investment in our fire department. And that doesn't stop here. The vote, if we end up voting to keep our local fire department tonight, it does continue with the change and investment that is needed still in that department. In fact, I think it gives us a direction to move forward in. We're stalled right now. And I think we need to vote to move in a direction and just continue all of the suggestions. We can have commissions have their input in what we need to address in our fire department. But I think we need to pick that path that we're going to go down. I think we need to do it tonight. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nierenheim, and then I'm going to call the vote.
Well, okay, that's fine. I'm actually going to make a substitute motion for this. And I'm going to put your money where your mouth is. And everyone says they support the fire department, and I get it. It's very emotional. But we actually have to do something with this to the points of, these studies and money and spending time. We need action. So I'm going to make a substitute motion to receive and file these reports to the Budget and Finance Commission to seek direction for a bond issuance to upgrade our fire department stations and to maintain our fire equipment through future budget needs and requirements.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the vote. So the motion, go ahead.
Motion is to receive and file these reports to the Budget and Finance Commission to seek direction for a bond issuance to upgrade our fire stations and to maintain our equipment through future budget needs and requirements.
All right, but
We have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the vote.
we've made that.
No,
made that
we haven't.
Why don't you have it as an addendum?
We did make the referral.
No, that was a separate bond discussion. I want them to specifically start talking about this
Okay,
now.
I understand. Okay.
Then I'd like to hear his
Well,
motion.
I would like to understand from City Manager Wozansky, what's your plan with regard to the referral we gave you last week?
You will have a bond discussion as part of your June, either your first or second meeting in June.
But a general bond discussion.
General bond discussion.
I want some specifically fire department. I want to know right now how much it's going to cost and future needs as well. I don't want to mess around. This place is falling apart.
Is that included in what we'll get in June?
Yes, part of the cost estimation we're doing includes either renovation and or reconstruction costs of both fire stations, the police stations, City Hall, and the yard.
Okay, then if that's the case, I'm going to withdraw my second because I want to make sure that that's done.
Here's the thing, Mr. City Manager. That report was due in February. We're now in May.
That's a slightly different report. There was a capital project that talked about a feasibility analysis of the different public safety departments. What we're doing
Getting off the
specifically.
agenda
Right.
item.
What we're doing specifically now is getting cost estimation for renovation and or reconstruction of our primary facilities for purposes of having a bond conversation.
Okay,
And that's going to, conversation is happening at the Budget and Finance or at the council meeting as part of the budget. When is that happening?
It's based on the referral. It's going to happen as part of a discussion item in either the first or second meeting in June, based on the availability of information. It'll be a standalone item that'll run parallel to the budget discussion.
And recall that in the last month, Councilmember Nierenheim, when we made the motion, we bifurcated the city gate study from the county fire discussion. And we sent the city gate study to all these commissions for their discussion
We
and
didn't.
analysis.
We did not.
I believe we did.
No, we did not. No, we did not.
You bifurcated that discussion, and this was the first action in that item, was to come back tonight. You have not yet decided whether or not you're going to refer the master plan, the second component of the discussion, to those commissions. You were going to do that. You were going to make that determination at a later date.
Right.
So is that,
But that's,
So we would need to add that to your motion.
But that is different, right? That's the master plan, which talks about areas of improvement, the recommendation from Stewart about relocating an engine on occasion, et cetera. That's a different component than the consolidated fire district analysis. So there's two components here.
Okay, so if I can amend my motion, if he's withdrawn his second.
I've withdrawn it. I want to hear.
All right, so my motion will be receive and file the county quote with no action on it. And secondarily, to send the City Gate report to the various commissions, Public Works and Safety, or Public Works and Sustainability, Public Safety, and any others? Harbor Commission.
Harbor, Public Works, and Public Safety.
Right, those three commissions.
Speaking about the master plan. The fire department master plan report. That's a,
Citygate report.
which is the City Gate.
All these
The
reports.
City Gate, yes, the City Gate
All
report.
components of the City Gate report
Yeah.
or the master plan report?
I got one final study.
Okay, so the one combined comprehensive final study.
Sure, and obviously, they should be told that anything relating to the county, they don't need to address. We're just focusing on Redondo Beach Fire Department, what changes we might implement from, in response to the City Gate recommendations.
And
And then come back to council with a proposed course of action, I don't know, 4 or 5 months from now, with regard to the recommendations from the commissions and staff's recommendations for what we should do in response to the City Gate report.
Which is separate than coming back 4 or 5 months to recommend a bond. You're not.
Yes, totally
Yeah,
separate
not
from
that,
the bond
yeah,
issue.
that these are
right.
parallel initiatives, right?
And not whether you go county or not, it's just.
No,
Just about the recommendations.
I just
County
wanna make it
comparison is out of the
crystal
equation.
Yes.
Okay.
did you include the Budget and Finance Commission on this?
Oh, no, let's include that too. Fourth
So
commission.
so
Let's
budget
state the
finance.
motion.
Public safety, all right,
I have it written down.
Public safety,
Public safety.
harbor.
all right. If I, yeah.
Go ahead.
Here we go. So, receive and file county quote. Thank you, county, for the quote. No action on that. Send the City Gate report to the Public Safety Commission, the Public Works and Sustainability Commission, the Budget and Finance Commission, and the Harbor Commission for their input. Come back 3 to 4 months, 5 months from now with their recommendations and staff's recommendation on what action we should take in response to the City Gate report. Separately, you're going to come back with a bond analysis for upgrading all our city facilities, including fire.
Plus what the mayor said, which was to exclude from that discussion anything about going.
Yes, and exclude from the commission's discussion anything about.
It's
county
specific
fire
to our
department.
own department's
Right.
operations.
Right, okay. Do you have a second on that?
I'll second it.
So we have a motion and a second.
Second it.
I'm going to call the vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barron.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
I'd like to make a motion for a 5-minute break.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Okay, we'll
Please
take a
ask for the
5-minute
5-minute
break. We
break.
will be back at 8:35.
I didn't know, I'm trying to compromise.
Yeah.
I don't want to ask for too
Hurry, Eleanor. Can I get a roll call, please?
Let me start the, hold on. Okay. Okay, let's go with Councilmember Kolujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein, Nierenheim.
Here.
And Councilmember Lowenstein. Thank you. And Mayor
Well,
Light.
Here, okay, going on to item N2. This is
Where is
the
everybody?
receive and file the city 2024, 2025 proposed budget.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Wodsanski, City Manager. It's my pleasure this evening to present to you in an introductory format, receive and file format, our proposed 24-25 fiscal year budget and our 5-year CIP, which, as you all know, only recommends appropriations for one fiscal year, next fiscal year's capital projects. Next slide, please, Wendy. Before we begin, I'd really want to thank Wendy Colazzo, our finance director, Stephanie, Aaron, the multitude of staff in our finance department, our department heads for putting together the budget this year. It's a big effort. I think the council knows that. They've seen enough of this to understand what goes into this document. And I do want to take a moment to thank the team for getting this document out again on time to you in a balanced format. We are challenging ourselves this year with a new publishing software, ClearGov. You're probably noticing that as you go through it. I think in the long run, this is going to be a great thing for us. I think it's going to help with the portability of information, the ease of use, the ability to populate tables and the like. But I will admit to you tonight that there are some interesting links and roll-ups that are occurring by template in the software that we are working through. So what you see in the form of various charts or graphs may very well adjust between now and the published document and or the final adopted version. We will codify where appropriate any necessary corrections that will be reflected in what we provide to you each and every year in the form of budget response report number 1. I can say that on a fiscal basis, the numbers are solid. The roll-up of that information, though, in certain areas, as I'm noticing, may need a little bit of refinement depending on the particular chart or graph. So we'll continue to work through that and make sure it's a very clean document. And I think
When do you expect to get us a printed version?
should have a printed document tomorrow or Thursday. Right now, we are with the printer. They are having to package this material. It's in its current form, it's a 1,000-page document. They've got to synthesize a few things, some roll-ups on the line item detail into object codes as an example to help consolidate information so it's a little more legible for the public. So you'll see that draft published tool here in the next couple of days. But I did want to point out that we are working through that, and you're, I'm sure, experiencing that as you digest the budget today and going forward. It includes, of course, the traditional city manager's message. It's called on the tabs. If you go through the workflow on ClearGov electronically, it's now called the transmittal letter. You'll see that under the first tab section. That's where you receive from me kind of an introduction of the budget, what the high-level details entail, kind of a summary of our expenditures, revenues, kind of the flow through on fund balance to available balance based on the proposed decision packages. You get the 63 decision packages that talk about changes to our core budget. So the transmittal letter is still a pivotal document and should give you a quick snapshot of what you're experiencing in the proposed 24-25 budget. For those who don't know, we always begin with our core budget going into that. And what core means is all of those ongoing expenditures, personnel, M&O, internal service fund, capital, debt servicing, whatever we might have that are effectively our starting position, those commitments, those fiduciary commitments that we have as a city year in, year out for programs and services that the council has previously approved in prior budgets. And then any changes to the budget, again, this council knows this, but for the members of the public, are reflected in what we call decision packages. Those are the deltas, the increments year over year that identify proposed changes to various department operations, functions, ISF, workflows, et cetera. We have 63 of those this year, as I mentioned. That's down from over 80 a couple years ago and in the high 70s last year. And that is a reflective part of the theme that you'll hear here in a second. And then budget response reports aren't in the document yet. Those will be deposited to you as part of the first budget hearings materials on June 4th, and will be then deposited periodically until budget adoption based on their availability at the time. Next slide, please. So what are the themes this year? This budget, as I've told you, is a little more constrained than it has been in years past. Our goal was to really accomplish the things that you see on this slide, absorbing new, known, committed to through new association agreements, employee compensation and benefit costs, making sure that we are adjusting core maintenance and operations budgets to reflect current things like energy costs, water costs, cost of gas. We have in our budget some constraints, particularly in public works, that don't reflect those new ongoing core service changes. This budget proposes to do that. It also continues through a series of one-time initiatives, the successful pilot programs that we've had, particularly in our public safety departments. One area, as an example, continued supplemental funding for our crossing guard program, which this council knows we've grown exponentially over the last few years from roughly a dozen core locations to now well over 24, 25. I think we've been piloting as many as 27 at different parts of the fiscal year. So there's money to help continue to pilot that, but to figure out what our longer-term structural strategy would be. We're also incorporating essential technology costs. We talked a little bit about a few of those earlier in the meeting. Technology is here. We are now dependent on it in many departments, and increasingly so, whether it be the police department, changes in how we perform communications, changes in the number of software programs we have to provide ongoing licensing and maintenance for in a variety of operations as we go more digital, more online. And then lastly, and we were fortunate in this regard to have been very judicious and conservative. We set money aside, and we've been holding on to this money for the last year and a half to manage known increased costs associated with claims over the last few years, significant increase in the insurance premium cost area of the budget, as well as our known upcoming and anticipated CalPERS unfunded accrued liability payment, which we're proposing this year to be roughly $3.2 million. We have the option to pay PERS less than that. We could pay them as little as $1.8 million by contract. The reason we're proposing the $3.2 million is because it covers full principal and interest and avoids a negative amortization scenario where we're going backwards in that total UAL. So it's a full principal and interest payment to PERS, even though we don't have that obligation in their amortization formula. We were fortunate, though, through holding on to future carryover assignment funding in the last budget and a half, that in knowing these costs were coming, to basically have those waterfall through our formula without being pressure points in our current structural revenues and expenses. So you'll see that here in a bit. On a financial summary basis, we start with about $3.7 million, which is part of our hold-on future carryover assignments, which have been part of our mid-year discussion and our proposed budget discussion. We have core revenues, which are up about $2.6 million. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. At $116 million, we've got core expenditures at about $113.8. We've got that UAL payment I mentioned at a little over $3.2 million. If you factor in all of our decision packages that have an ongoing nature, the revenue increases through new user fees offset by any ongoing structural expenditure obligations, we actually have a positive net of roughly $168,000. And then on the one-time basis, as I mentioned, we have those different one-time expenses, including potentially litigation costs and other things that we want to carry forward next year of roughly $3.2 million. What that leaves you with at the end is not a ton of money, $83,000 to spend. So what I would encourage you all to do as you think about the budget over the next few weeks is to think about areas that are in the budget. If you're tepid on them, as an example, and you have something else in mind, we pull from proposed one-time initiatives and redirect them rather than say dip into reserve or find another source to pay for them. Because and we've all talked about this, we have a number of ongoing initiatives, just a litany of special projects and assignments that the departments are working through, referrals, et cetera. This is meant to try to avoid that as an example. But that said, and we're very proud to announce this budget does not rely on our PERS pension reserve fund of $8 million or our general fund economic contingency of roughly $9 million to remain balanced. Both of those funds are left completely intact as part of this proposed document. Now, would I caution you in future months to recognize that we probably will need those funds in the next couple of years, depending on different initiatives that are occurring in the city? We likely will. So I would not suggest you draw from them unless it's for something that you all feel collectively is essential. So
We'll need to draw upon the latter in particular.
I think
of
it's
the
quite
reserve.
possible that we'll need, depending on how our structural revenues grow over the next few years, it's possible we will need the pension reserve fund, which is set aside for this purpose, to use as bridge funding over the next couple of years as structural revenues continue to grow or come online in our community. So I would be
Pension
cautious.
reserve fund and the.
Economic contingencies. I would never recommend touching economic contingency.
Okay, so
That
you're
is
talking about the pension reserve
the pension
fund.
reserve
Okay.
fund, yes. And those, and I'm
Don't touch the 8.9 million in economic contingency.
absolutely not. And candidly, my recommendation is, as you think about budget motions, you keep your hands, if you can, off the pension reserve fund. Because if you can, hopefully you all can, because we probably will need that in future years as a backstop. So that's my caution. But ultimately, as I've said to you all many times before, once I deliver this to you, it becomes your budget. This is the city council's budget now. I propose it to you. Now it's your time to think about it, make adjustments as you see fit. Next slide, please. I won't belabor this. We'll go through this in more detail later. But as I mentioned, for the most part, it's a bright spot on the revenue side of the equation. We've got growth in our property tax figures. We've got basically flat productivity and growth in our sales and use tax revenue line item. We're roughly flat in VLF in lieu. UUT, I think we've got a transposition there of data on the UUT. That number's not quite right. All right, the property transfer tax and UUT tax should be swapped here. So that property transfer tax is flat. The transient occupancy tax is up. That's a positive bright spot this year. That's because the Marine Avenue hotels, although they've been slowly replenishing the authority-funded reserve over the last few years, they are projected and forecasted to come back online for us next fiscal year for about half the year, hence the $1.5 million adjustment versus mid-year. And then lastly, the other taxes are a combination of your license fees, user fees, et cetera, pre-decision package. So all in all, in the aggregate, you've got about $2.6 million increased tax increment over our mid-year forecast. Next slide, please. On the personnel side, won't belabor these. The big changes here you see on the M&O and capital outlay side are due to prior year one-time reductions in that tally. The other uses transition has to do with how we are managing our debt going forward. So it used to be in a different line item. It is now part of our transfer in and transfer out that is occurring there. And of course, you see the unfunded accrued liability payment that brings you to that higher number overall. Next slide, please. There's also a 5-year capital plan here that we're working through. We've got $17.3 million of new appropriations in the fiscal year for 125 projects. This is the first year that the proposed CIP does not grow in total number. We're proud of that. It would have been nice probably to see it reduced. So again, like the caveat I mentioned to you earlier, this includes most of our carryover appropriations from prior approved projects, some of which were made based on prior budget year motions. So as you think about capital funding you'd like to maybe outlay, think about maybe some of those carryover items, identify them and figure out what your higher priority uses were or would be. That will help us further reduce the total number of approved projects in the CIP. We only have 13 new projects, but they're candidly for things that are grant funded primarily, not necessarily exciting new local discretionary projects, things that are happening through our enhanced watershed management program, other complete streets and active street initiatives, et cetera. We'll get into more detail on this as part of the hearing on June 10th or 11th rather, to give you specifics. But this is meant to be a reflection point here at the bottom. You'll recall in 23-24, if you look at the fiscal year as opposed to calendar, which is slightly different if you put the two 6-month periods together, we are anticipating 25 projects completed and an additional 20 projects designed or awarded for construction. So again, as I've said to you all behind the scenes, really a banner year on the capital productivity standpoint. Still, I know not as fast and furious as all of us would like, but by all metrics, a very critical and impressive year from our public works crews. We'll talk about what we can.
Talk about this in future tense, but the
Yeah, at the
2023, 2020.
Yeah, so this is meant to be a reflection on what we've produced this fiscal year to help you understand in the next fiscal year. As a banner year, we got 25 projects completed and another 20 designed or awarded. There can be no expectation that all 125 projects in the 24-25 CIP are going to be completed.
No, I
So
was just worried about, confused by the tense.
yeah. So this is
That was
reflective, it's reflective, and it's meant to help people understand what is a actual volume of productivity that can be expected going forward into 24-25. So we'll talk about those specific projects as part of that CIP-based hearing at that meeting. Next slide,
So it was
please.
spent.
Yeah, that's was spent. That's.
Okay, now
and-
will be spent.
Well, and there's still actually technically
I
5
understand.
weeks
Okay.
left of the fiscal year. So it's not the fiscal year 23,
Will have
24.
been spent.
Exactly. Future past tense. This is a reflection of the calendar. Tonight is meant to be an introductory night. It's not a major night for conversation. We'll get into the details as part of the hearing on the 4th. We do have typical reviews by 4 commissions: Planning, Public Works, and Sustainability, Budget and Finance Commission, and Harbor Commission. They are all scheduled to review the budget. We'll present at those meetings so they can provide you input as you deliberate. We'll, of course, have another hearing on the 11th. We'll open the hearing on the 4th. We'll have a hearing on the 11th. It's CIP focused, and we'll hopefully adopt on the 18th. That's the schedule as provided. We did take out a full-page ad again this year in the Beach Reporter and provided updates in our other news publications so we can help inform the public about these meetings that are upcoming to provide some additional opportunity for outreach and community participation. Next slide. As I said, tonight's really about receiving and file the presentation and providing direction on any additional budget response reports you'd like to see prepared between now and the end of the budget cycle, which, as I said, is tentatively scheduled for June 18th. So that's the budget in a snapshot, and we'll have several weeks here to deliberate on that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to compliment the staff, and especially I know Wendy and both of you have put in a lot of time on this and really appreciate it. I got an email from Wendy last night after midnight, so I know you're burning the midnight oil, and I appreciate that. With that, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Nothing really, can we go back to the structural spending? Back that slide,
Yep.
which is.
Keep going, I think.
That one. No.
One more.
That's revenues.
There we go.
This one, yeah. I just want to commend you on not having a lot of ongoing decision packages. This makes it a lot easier for us because when you have the ongoing, it just binds us. We dug ourselves out of that structural deficit a couple years ago. Remember we had that $2 million structural deficit? And now this gives us the opportunity to say, okay, these are good decision packages, or we can wait on this.
Yeah, exactly. And I will say that, but just to caveat that a little bit, that is the net figure. There is more to that number, both on the revenue and expenditure side. So that's net is positive. I'm proposing to you ongoing revenues in excess of ongoing expenditures.
Okay, then I take that back.
Exactly. That's why you may want to hold that thought.
I'll reserve judgment until I actually see
Yeah,
the
yeah.
paper version of it.
Hopefully you'll
So-
love the revenues that go with it, so it'll still feel
Okay.
good. But
Yeah.
yes.
And I agree. I'm glad we're hopefully we are going to stay away from the PERS reserve and the economic contingency funds. There's been a lot of saving to put money towards that, and I would hope we would keep off of those, keep your government hands off right? Anyway, I think it's great. You guys did a terrific job. I know how hard you worked. Again, I'll second what everybody else said, and I look forward to seeing this in more detail. And I did go through capital projects the other day, so it's still pretty heavy.
It's still heavy. They are fairly core. We've got some money in there for our police and fire facilities, small dollar amounts, not nearly what we would need for full renovation or reconstruction, but trying to keep the spending going as we can.
Any idea when Legato will be online?
Surprisingly, we're getting intel that suggests they might be open or will have completed construction by the end of the calendar year. So it's possible they'll operate in early 2025. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm hopeful that schedule is accurate, but that is a.
When it was fully functioning, I think we estimated, what, 1 million and.
Yeah, minimum TOT, I think, out of that site's $1 million a year. Haven't done a calculation on property tax assessment. So, got 120 plus units in there at their proposed ADR. I think $1 million is pretty conservative.
I was thinking of the hotel.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's the TOT. That's a big number. And the ADR is projected to be pretty solid there. I think it's going to be a fairly boutique-y hotel.
We love our hotels, so, okay.
We do.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, anybody want to make a motion?
Make a motion to receive and file.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Obaji, you have a question?
Yes, I don't know if I can drill down into details here at all, but I'll give it a shot. If you don't have the answers, it's all good. Where should I start? Let's see.
How many do you have?
Just a couple. So we had, what is the status of the Quimby fees, for Quimby fund? Because I see that subdivision park fund, because I see that they're in the financial summaries on page 68 of the budget, there's a balance of $1.5 million as of July 1st, 2024. I thought that as of last year, we'd spent it down to pretty much zero or negative.
Yeah, I have a concern, and this is one of the areas where I'm a little worried about how it's rolled, how that particular table is pulling. It may not be pulling along recommended carryover appropriations, which would eat into that number by about 1.3 to 1.4 million. So we're actually looking at that. That's one of the corrections we may have to make to that particular table, is it may, as it pertains to Quimby, the subdivision trust fund, it may not be pulling in carryover appropriations against that fund balance. So it could be artificially high on that particular chart.
Because it didn't match up with another place where there's,
No, and
if you look at subdivision park.
And
it
I
looks
looked
like
at
it's
that
spent.
and had the same reaction. So
Okay.
it's something we're following up on.
And then the open space acquisition fund, there's about $779,000. We had at some point appropriated about $725,000 for acquisition of property on Artesia Boulevard, but then we loaned it out to, I think, Manhattan Beach Boulevard reconstruction. Did we ever get that money
You loaned it
back?
out to Grant. You loaned it out to the Grant Avenue
Oh, that's right. Okay,
acquisition.
got it.
And we are in line to get a Metro grant to replace a Metro, not grant, but grant, funding grant.
Yeah.
We're likely to get funds offsetting or reimbursing us for at least a portion of that acquisition through Metro. And if we do get that this summer, which we're scheduled to get, we would recommend we put that money back into that fund.
Okay, at which point I would want it to go back into to go instead into the Grant Avenue repavement fund.
Well, that'll be
a
a CIP conversation that we can have in a couple of weeks.
And then, all right, I think, and now on the question, on the, can I get a decision packets now, or no?
Or BRRs.
BRRs, okay.
I would recommend you not get into detail because this isn't scheduled as a public hearing. This is a
Okay.
receive and
Right.
file night, so save
So
that for the record
Any
at the first
discussion
meeting.
you have tonight can't be part of the record of which you're making the budget. And while I have the microphone, your motion should also set the time and place for your public hearing.
Or just
That's
confirm it.
required.
I mean, it's been published as those dates.
Well, I know, but the charter mandates that you have to set it upon receipt of it, of the budget, and you have to do it no more than 30 days out, so June 4th works.
Okay, so amending the motion to receive and file and have our public hearing on June 4th.
Our first public
First-
hearing on June
first
4th,
public
yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay.
And last question is for BRR for the updated cost of repaving Grant Avenue. Now, later, whatever.
Well, let's get through the receive and file, then we can do BRRs real quick. Okay, any public wish to speak on the agenda item? Okay, let's vote.
Okay.
You have
For the
motion?
record, Mayor, just. for
Oh,
the
I'm
record,
sorry.
There's no Zoom, and we still don't have our e-comments up. But back when we had 80, there was none.
Okay, thanks. Okay, all four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Okay.
That's random.
Unanimous. Okay, let's get into any BRRs you may want to.
Just a reminder, we have over 80 at this point.
None for me.
What are you saying?
Saying it's a lot of work.
Anybody on the council have any additional BRRs?
I do.
Councilmember Barron.
I didn't have my hand up, but I'll go ahead. Thank you, Mayor. Okay. This would be a BRR on the possibility or recommendation associated with fee increases not captured in the decision packages to be considered maybe at the third budget hearing. Does that work?
Yeah, that works, I think. Yeah, the possibility of fees that aren't recommended for adjustment that could be approved by council for adjustment as part of that hearing.
Yeah. Across the board.
Yeah.
What's that, paddleball?
Pickleball.
Pickleball.
Tennis, pickleball.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else?
Oh, I had, if I could,
Oh,
just a couple more.
keep going.
Yeah, BRR on obtaining and performing ambulance transport rights from the county. Is that sufficiently clear for you?
Yep.
A BRR on what I'll just loosely term creature comforts or initial upgrades, similar to what was done for the dorm room, I believe at Station 1. Doing that at the other stations. I understand that was very popular.
Very popular. One of them
It has been very well received.
Well received.
by one person.
Anything else?
Is it? Does it need to be expressed? Okay. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah. So
We have this neat system where you raise your hand.
I did, but you didn't, I put it back down, put it back up again, yeah.
I still don't see it, but go ahead.
So can I just get a list of the BRs you're preparing? Because there were a bunch of BRs that were supposed to get in mid-year, but we didn't get them.
Yeah, we'll
And
get you.
I don't need the full answer of all things, just the title of the BR.
You want the table of contents.
Table of contents,
Yeah.
not.
You'll get the table of contents for all the BRRs we're preparing at the first hearing. And
Can we
we'll-
get it sooner than later? Because
If we can get
there are
it
some things
prepared.
that were supposed to be in here that I've asked for, I haven't seen yet, and are important,
And they may still be coming, right? Yeah.
right? And so I don't want to keep asking for them and so on and so forth, and it's too late.
Yeah. We'll get you a table of contents as soon as we have it fully prepared.
Okay, so first one here is actually, it's multiple ones, and it deals with costs that we incur from other agencies. So the first of all, BR for the cost of running the school board, the elections for the school board in the city.
Okay.
And then a BR on the city prosecutor for Hermosa. That hasn't been updated in years. And we're supposed to go out and do that last year and throughout the year.
As in how much it's costing us.
Yeah,
to do
the contract hasn't been updated in 12 years.
Oh, yes.
It's $175, I want to say, or something like that, and we're paying way more than that to our employees.
Okay, cost and revenue, we can do that.
And then I think I did the historical marker one, I believe,
Yes.
right? And then,
Yeah. You're talking about the cost of additional historical markers? Yeah, I think we've got that on the list.
yeah. And then, let's see here, was it? Budget, click. Is there a way? Yeah, no, I can't get, I think I have the answer for that one. Farmers are, and that's it. Oh, yeah, BR on Alta Vista movie nights. I think I already have the answer for that, you guys, but you can, I'll send you the email.
Yeah, I think we've done that in the past, but we can resurrect that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
One BR, and that's it. Striping to improve traffic flow around Redondo Union High School, along Diamond and El Redondo. That's it.
Okay. Anybody else, or are we done? Councilmember Obaji.
So there was at the COG, SCAG announced grants that they're giving out, I think $10 million for kind of ready build light transportation improvements between $100,000, $900,000. If we wanted to get the city applying for those grants for any number of projects, even enhanced bike lanes wherever we have bike lanes, how could we go about doing that?
We generally, sometimes we'll bring possible potential projects to you. A lot of times we'll just apply if we know it's something that the council has given us previous direction on. We'll just go out and chase the funds. That's why we've been so successful in getting as much Metro and South Bay regional COG money as we have. But if you're curious about a BRR that would provide possible grant opportunities or possible grant projects that could be funded through that program, we could do that. We tend to just go ahead and apply when money's available.
Yeah, I don't want to do the exercise if it's just causing more work when you're likely to do it anyhow. But if it's
I'll tell you what, why don't if it works for you, we'll look at that program. I'm sure we're already probably aware of it. And then if we already have something in mind, we'll let you know what that is and we can report back to council if we don't and there are potential for new projects that could be funded through that program.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Anybody else? Going once, going twice? Okay, thank you. Next is city manager items.
Nothing this evening, Mayor. We're just happy to have the budget moving forward and catching a little bit of a break before the hearing process.
Okay, going to P1, mayor and council items, the discussion and possible action regarding options to celebrate June 2024 as Pride Month.
Elizabeth will be covering that item.
Show and tell. Pretty cool.
We do have a little display tonight for you.
Wow.
Wow.
So Madam Clerk, would you pull up the screen for me? Thank you.
Is Elizabeth still there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Hi, everyone.
Change shades.
It's okay, Mike. It's okay.
Is this in the garage door?
So good evening, Mayor and City Council. At the April 16th meeting of this year, you made a referral to staff requesting a discussion item regarding raising the progress flag again at the Civic Center. And you also wanted us to present some other options for you to celebrate Pride Month in 2024. And so the council has three options to consider tonight. The first is to raise the progress flag again at the Civic Center. We already have the flag in our inventory, so there's no cost associated with purchasing the flag again. If you want to have a flag raising ceremony the way you did last year, there will be staff time dedicated to that event. It'll take place prior to your first council meeting, June 4th. It'll be similar to last year. So that's option number one. Option number two, it was presented to us by the South Bay LGBTQ Center. They are hosting a Pride event at the King Harbor Yacht Club in July, and they are open to a partnership with the city and welcome any subsidy the city council would like to consider for the event. And you see the cost up there on the screen for the event, and it's a Pride paddle. And they're going to host a lunch as well. It's being held in July, which isn't Pride Month, but they're taking the cue from some other cities who host events during other times of the year, just to show that Pride is year-round. And we do have a representative here from the South Bay LGBTQ Center, Sarah Lanin. So if you have any questions about the event, she's happy to come up and answer them. And then option number three, if you may recall, last year we had council ask about changing the pier lights to rainbow colors. And so we had looked at more advanced lighting options that will allow us to change the lights when we need to with ease. The initial lighting options that Public Works found just aren't working out for other cities. There were issues with them. Deputy Director Klein can speak to those if you want some further information about that. So as an alternative, what we can do is manually place colored covers around our pier lights and turn them on for the month of June. And so he is able to display what that looks like right now, if you're interested in looking at that.
It's plastic, yeah.
There you go. So that's,
Wow. That's cool.
yeah, so I don't know if you want to dim the lights to see what it
First the
might
big
look
light
like.
switch and now the,
Dim the lights.
Disco.
no, it's Jim light.
I've
I've been called that.
Ooh, that's cool. Now it's.
So you see what that might look like.
Wait, so we're all LA Lakers fans now?
Or Minnesota Vikings.
So is the idea that it would be different colored lights like rainbow?
Yes, it would be a rainbow pattern. And so what that would take, you see that the cost up on the screen, we would just order the materials required for this. We initially thought we could use Mylar, but that's not the best material we're finding out. So Deputy Director Klein has ordered some theater grade covers that can withstand the heat from the lights. And so we're going to test those out over the next few days just to make sure that'll work out for the month of June.
And that's reflected in this cost?
Yes.
That would make some nice pictures. I did tell you when you get a lot of them in line. Sorry.
Did you pull that off a lamppost out of the pier, or did you just have an extra one sitting around?
Mike uses that at home.
I made it on my life. Sorry about that. No, this was one of our spare globes that we have down at the pier. And so I took that. We did wrap it with Mylar. We're starting to see some effects. We're going to a commercial grade that is for theater lighting. A little bit tougher material. We got to see how that's going to work out on that. These are all under LED lights. That's why it's so intense. This is a double wrap purple Mylar. The single wrapped looked fairly white. And so I'm struggling with the colors a little bit. So we're trying to make it as vibrant as we possibly can.
What's the chance of breaking the globe while you're doing this?
Pretty good. These are plastic.
Oh, okay.
The one thing that they don't impact well is when fishermen are fly fishing over, and they're hitting them with lures. We've lost quite a few out on the fishing area. Most of this would be done with 3 scissor lifts. We would try to do this in one day, and that's June 1st. With 3 scissor lift manpower to do that. So that's the labor cost that's involved with that, plus the equipment that we'd have to rent for this, and then also materials.
So that cost is the cost you see on the screen, yes?
So just to be clear, those are the hard costs associated with the activity plus the soft cost of what we estimate to be about 125 labor hours to.
125 labor hours?
Yeah, I think that's combined,
This is both.
125 hours, yeah.
So those are 3 options. I also want to provide council an update.
Lift rental and materials.
No question.
I'm going to turn this off.
Oh, plus
There you
two,
go.
I see that, okay.
So just a quick update as well. Council last year had asked staff to explore installing a permanent art piece commemorating the LGBTQIA+ community in the South Bay. And so we have a member of our Public Art Commission here. She's also part of our subcommittee that is working on this project. They've done some initial community outreach and have considered folding that permanent art piece into the Artesia project up in North Redondo. But she's also available to answer any questions you might have on their efforts and what they're hoping to do with that. So with that, we are just seeking direction on which of those 3 options you would like to move forward with.
Councilmember Obaji. I'm sorry, Scott.
Thank you, Ms. House, for that presentation, and it's awesome. We're celebrating this again. What I wanted to know, last year we had a discussion about lighting up the pier, and we thought that we could do it. And I was envisioning more so like the way they light up the Civic Center downtown LA, or the City Hall, or the White House, those kind of lights up, shine on. And I realize we're not there, but the question is that our destination for the pier?
So
That's a fairly significant capital effort to install that kind of updated lighting. I mean, it's possible. We've just installed the new pedestrian light standards that are down there. I don't think we have anything planned or envisioned in the capital fund for that type of a retrofit. These are fairly new light standards for us, so I wouldn't necessarily recommend that change. So that's why we're, in order to meet the council's directive here, is we're identifying options that work with our existing infrastructure.
Awesome, all right. And I'll just say, given our budget restraints, so I've never been part of a budget where what's left over for us to allocate for our projects in our district is $80,000. I'd like what's that?
85.
$85,000. I'd like to go with the most economic, but yet significant option. So I favor certainly raising the flag for the month for every day except for June 19th.
You're going to ask to take it down on June 19th?
Maybe put up a Juneteenth flag on June 19th.
Okay,
I don't know that I can ask for that here, based on the
Agenda item.
Brown Act, so I'm just asking to not put it up on June 19th.
okay, is that it?
So the month of June. I'll make a motion to raise the progress flag at the City Civic Center for the month of June, with the exception of June 19th? Or just for the
Yeah,
month of?
and raising, can we direct? No?
Can't. Why don't we, month of June, and what can we do then?
We can always change it if we get around to agendizing a discussion to change it. So I suppose let's do the whole month.
All right, so motion to raise the progress flag at the City Civic Center for the month of June, period.
Second.
What about the ceremony?
Not this year. I thought we had a great one last year. It was the inaugural year. I thought it was important, but not this year.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Is it possible that the lighting could qualify from the Public Arts Fund?
Don't raid the arts fund.
Well,
We could use it several years. I think it's going to be really iconic once it's lit up. Yes and no?
yeah, it could be viewed as an artistic effort. It depends. I mean, I think there could be argued a nexus there. It's just a matter of prioritization of funds. I mean, you have actually allocated those funds.
I would really love to find a way to do that. I think it'll really be attractive, and the photos will be fantastic, a lot better than we even acknowledge, but I'll go with the wishes of the council. I think it would be good. I personally would also think the ceremony would be nice as well, too, for a second year in a row. Doesn't cost us anything, and it's a nice gesture, but I'll go again with the council.
Okay, Councilmember Nairnheim.
Yeah, I think it's awesome that we're supporting this and we're moving forward. The problem I have is exactly what it was last year, which is, we don't have a city flag. That was taken away from us.
Thankfully, it was not very interesting.
I can do nothing single-handedly.
I know, it's true. That's true. It was two other people. I don't know who else I could point a finger at. But we don't even have a city flag. And, no one's asking to raise a flag for the police department, the fire department, POW, MIA. And my thoughts against all those flags are the same thing, is we have one flag, that's the United States of America. We have our California flag, and we have our city flag. And while I feel strongly about a lot of different things and a lot of different groups and want to support everything from POW, MIA to Pride flag to everything, a lot of other things, we have one flag that unites us all. And I think this separating us out into groups like this, it takes away from the 50 Stars and Stripes. We fought really hard over it. We have Memorial Day coming up. To that point, LA County supervisors just sent an apology for recognizing Jane Fonda and the Vietnamese people who were severely offended by that. It just gets murky. We believe in America, and our flag is right over there. We have our California flag, no more city flag. So that's just kind of where I stand. It's just the overall scope of practice. I'm not going to agree to a POW flag or a police flag or a fire department flag being flown at City Hall. I just don't, because it separates us out. And while I support all of these groups and people and all their jobs and individuals and their struggles, it's at the end of the day, the flag of the United States of America with 50 Stars and Stripes is the one that kind of brings us, unites us all. So that's kind of where I stand on it.
Is that it?
Yep.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, I I guess we can get an update on the Art Commission's work on this. You have discussed it. I mean, can we ask our commissioner to come up and?
Sure.
Hello, Mayor, Council, staff. Yes, we had a nice talk with Betty and over at the center and discussed the possibilities for actually more definite permanent artwork as far as it goes. And that's why we were mentioning, or we had a subcommittee that we started for possibilities for the Artesia, because there's funding for that, and the possibility to start off with, just to get it jump-started, green and Artesia for a possibility of crosswalk, doing a crosswalk design there, or as well as a possibility in front of the library to do a translucent sculpture. So a sculpture that would reflect multitude of colors in front of the library. So that was a jump start. There's a plethora that we could add to that, but I think at some point you have to kind of limit things in the beginning. And so that's where we're kind of directing it for a jump start for that, as well as, we have other ideas, but
Great, so it sounds like you're making good progress.
yeah, we're trying. Yeah.
We won't make June, right?
No.
Okay, so this is for next.
No, I mean, yeah, you were just asking as far
This
as
isn't-
what, because we were, asked to start, and so we volunteered for a subcommittee to have a good conversation and direct it forward. I do think that while it's a nice idea to have the lights, but I don't think that shouldn't come from the public art fund. I think public art is something that should be coming from the public art fund, but directed towards public art. I think that's something, a yearly thing, and I don't think it's a permanent sculpture or something like that that's going to, although I appreciate it.
Thank you for your work on that, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Did you have?
Yeah, yes.
Hold on.
Commissioner?
Just a comment. Thank you for your service on the Public Art Commission. You might consider avoiding stuff in the crosswalk because they'll eventually get run over by cars and just picked up, like the paint gets
Well,
lost.
that depends on the media that they use. Manhattan Beaches has done it, so, and a lot of other cities have done it. So I think it depends on, that would be not my field of expertise, but our staff, here, city staff. And I know that there is definitely different products that could be more of a permanent, yeah.
But then the other comment was, you might consider placing a pride art piece around where the bike path is, in that median there, because it gets so much more visibility, right?
Right.
From all the students going north and south on the bike path and the like. And
We just jump-started it at the library because, and in that corner, because as we all know, the libraries hold such an important value to our community, sources for information, for all sorts of things. We just thought that was a good jumpstart to go. And not to say that there's definitely ideas that we all have for Artesia and all of that, but just to kind of jumpstart it. But I agree, that would be a nice
cool,
place.
thank you. Thanks for your consideration.
I love your translucent idea with the.
Yeah, because then there's, all of the colors, it's,
Great idea.
we're all in our kind of joint.
Yeah.
So I really love both funded ideas here, but given a tight budget, it makes it difficult. I would make a friendly amendment maybe to your motion, if we could have a brief ceremony, instead of, we don't have to have speeches, but that we all go out to just raise the flag.
I understand. I think it may take away from the inaugural event we had last year, which was a historic moment, and it would water it down. Otherwise, I'd be in favor of that, so.
Anything else? Councilmember Kovacevic?
Agree with you. I would agree with you. I think it would be
Yeah, I think it
nice.
shows
We can make a
solidarity.
substitute motion.
Yeah.
Okay. Wanna make it?
Yeah, I would make a substitute motion to raise the Progress Pride flag for the month of June and have a brief ceremony where council goes out to raise the flag. No speeches, but we all do it together and come back.
I'll second that.
Okay, a motion and a second on the substitute. Anything else, Councilmember Kelly-Jarovich?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barron. Okay, Councilmember Obaji. Nope, okay, that disappeared. Okay, any members of the public wishing to address this item? We have one card, Sarah Leinen.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. So, my name is Sarah Betty Leinen, and I'm the president of the South Bay LGBTQ Center, which is California District 66's 2024 Nonprofit of the Year. Woohoo. And I'm support of everything that's been proposed under P1. Thank you to our Arts Commission. And to clarify a little bit about the crosswalk, it goes from a city building, the library, to the Artesia Bar, which is the only LGBT bar in the South Bay. So that would hold a lot of significance right there. But I'm here to talk to you about the South Bay Pride Paddle and Lunch. Here we go. I'm going to do my best Sophia Petrillo. Picture it. A pride parade, but on water. So South Bay, right? Every year since 2021, a group dressed in their rainbows and take to King Harbor to celebrate and support LGBTQIA+ people. Last year, we were honored to use the King Harbor Yacht Club's docks and patio for our event, and the same will happen this year on Sunday, July 28th, 2024, and profits will go to the South Bay LGBTQ Center, which is a local nonprofit 501c3. And you might be wondering why in July. We've already discussed that a little bit. We wouldn't be the first city to have something not in June. San Pedro, Long Beach, Palm Springs, but then also our weather. We've done it in June. It's been cool, it's been awesome, but there's been June gloom, oi. And then logistics. Since we are fortunate enough to use the King Harbor Yacht Club's facilities last year and this year, we have to go with their calendar. So there's that. And so what we do is we paddle around the harbor. We start off and we are all rainbowed up and we paddle around the harbor and it's a great fun time. Then we come back to the club for lunch with some awesome drag queens. And this is all locally coordinated. I do things with the police department, with Harbor Patrol. The King Harbor Yacht Club, obviously, is in Redondo Beach. I've been a resident of Redondo Beach for 10 years. Our drag queen coordinator, the Beard Martha Stewart, is a resident of Redondo Beach, and we use paddle boards from Olympus Boards. That's where our rentals are from Redondo Beach. So if you subsidize this event, that means that we can not only lower costs for people attending the event, but its money would still be able to go and support the South Bay LGBTQ Center that's raised from this event. So you all, I know I'm over time, but you all wanted to talk about doing something.
Extend 30
Pride?
seconds.
Second.
Aye. All for it?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
30 more seconds.
So I hear that Redondo Beach wants to support and do Pride events. Here's one that's already has an infrastructure in place. And so it's there for you. It exists, and I'm open to any questions, suggestions, and thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody have questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other member of the public wish to address this item?
Good
evening, Council. Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater. I rise in favor of the motion on the floor, plus any additional support you would like to give to the community. In direct response to Councilman Narenheim's concern over the flag. I was an Air Force pilot for 13 years. I volunteered to go to Desert Storm on day one of those hostilities. So I hold my respect for the American flag at a very, very high level. But one of the reasons I did all that was to protect our freedoms. We have not always provided the maximum freedoms we should to some of our communities. And so I think this is a wonderful thing. I'd be proud to see that flag flying under the American flag, because that's why I did what I did. I've had the pleasure of attending DEI meetings at the Southern California Yachting Association. We poke a little fun of ourselves for being male, stale, and pale. And last year, I went to the Yacht Club Board of Directors meeting and spoke in favor of this event, and I attended the event. So I want to highly encourage you to support this in any way you possibly can. I think it's just a really great thing for our country and our city to support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
I have none.
Okay. See, we have a substitute motion and second on the floor. Any other discussion by the council? Okay, I'll call the vote on the
I did have a question. Do we have closed session on the 4th, on this date? On the date that we're talking about?
Yes,
We do.
we have closed session planned for every day of June.
I mean, sometimes we don't have it, but yeah.
Okay. I mentioned because I want to be sensitive and cognizant of the fact that, we're rushed out of there every time, and we're kind of we got kind of this thing that we.
Oh, we might get.
So I
We're
just put that.
definitely going to have closed session. I would definitely set the presentation to allow you to finish that and
If we
not
were
at
to do
all.
it.
If you were, if the
And easier
substitute.
said than done, for the reason you're getting at.
Yes.
All right, and then to Ms. House's point, require staff time and preparation. They're more than willing to do that, no doubt. I'm also concerned about, we got a lot going on right now, and every little bit's important, so. Okay, thank you, Mayor, and thank you both.
Councilmember Obaji.
On that note, is the staff time and staff resources effort reduced by just having whatever Councilmember Kalinjarovich has envisioned for this, council members walking out and raising a flag or observing the raising of the flag?
Yes, most
Yes?
definitely.
Okay, all right.
I'm not envisioning any speeches. We're there in support of the action and.
Us and Garth, right?
What's the staff time?
Yes.
Well, like last year, you set up chairs, you set up all that stuff. So if it's literally nothing other than you're going to go out and be there when they raise the flag,
right, well-
that is minimal compared to last year. The speeches, you had to set up chairs to.
Podium, speaker, yeah.
Friendly amendment to do it at 4:15 PM, so we could get in for 4:30 closed session.
I think you'd be late if it's at 4:15, maybe
4:10.
4.
Let's do 4.
4 o'clock.
That's friendly and fair.
I'll support this.
Are people going to attend?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Is that a
Yeah.
yes?
Yeah. All right.
What do you feel about?
I mean, we're talking 10 minutes at most, right?
Well, we're talking
It's never
about.
10 minutes to reconvene the council.
No, but
That's what I
10
heard
minutes
you
of the ceremony, that's it.
Yeah, but then it's,
I mean, don't make us pull out the ass.
3:45. Let's do it 3 in the morning.
No.
no, I'm talking if we do.
4:15 is fine.
No, I'm talking if we do it between closed session and open session.
No.
That's not going
No.
to be 10 minutes.
No, it should be 4.
You'll lose.
It gives you
Let's
do
time. And
4.
if,
I'm open to that suggestion,
All right,
as long
4
as
is
it's
fine.
well attended and it sounds
Yeah.
like we're.
Yeah, 4 is fine.
4 PM.
Yes.
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 4 PM.
4 o'clock.
So you accept the friendly
I
amendment?
accept the friendly amendment for a 4 o'clock flag raising.
Okay, any last,
I'm fine with it as well,
too.
All right.
any final discussions before I call the vote? Okay. All for?
Aye.
All opposed? Anybody
No.
abstaining?
No.
So 1 negative, 4 yeses. Okay, item P2. Thanks for putting together the demo, Mike. Appreciate
That
it.
light was
That was
epic.
great.
I love that light.
You can put it back on your lamppost out in front of your house now.
I imagine there'll be an occasion in the future where that could come in handy.
Yeah.
Okay, P2. I guess that's the.
Yeah, no
That's a
presentation for me,
subcommittee.
yeah.
Me too. All right, well, let me pull up my materials, but. So, Councilmember Barron and I served on the subcommittee for the city manager's contract amendment, if any. The whole city council conducted an evaluation of the city manager that spanned several months using an outside consultant, the name of which, MRG, was that it?
MRG Consultants.
MRG. Very comprehensive evaluation process that included interviewing the department managers about the city manager and interviewing the city manager himself about his performance. And he wrote that up in a multi-page document that we reviewed, and very impressive. And then we gave collective feedback or individual feedback to the consultant that was then synthesized in a document. And then we gave individual feedback to the city manager in closed session. And so now the Brown Act requires under the government code that any changes to the city manager's compensation be discussed, negotiated, whatever, in open session because it involves public funds. And this is the public's money. So we have made the city manager asked for a 5.7% increase to his salary. The consultant prepared a city survey for us, a survey of city manager salaries of similar cities around in the region. And the city manager is more than 5% below median. So he asked for a very modest increase to his pay, less than what the vast majority of our employee groups, actually almost all of them, I think, but one, got in their first year in the negotiations we just had and concluded, the raises that we gave them in the first year. Those range between 6 and 10%. And so I think the city manager could have asked for more. I think he's deserving of more, but he's very conscientious of what message he's sending in the community and to the employees that he works with and serves and leads. And that we're in negotiations right now with our fire department. The other thing he asked for was to extend the term of his contract. The extension of the term of his contract is really important because the contract has an 8-month severance period. If we get to a point in time where he has less than 8 months left in his contract, then his severance period ends up contracting. And so that's pay that if he was terminated with 1 month left in his contract, he'd only get 1 more month of pay. And then he'd have to be, he'd be unemployed, collecting unemployment checks or what have you, looking for other work. So our recommendation was to accept his 5.7 request, which would percent increase to salary, which would put him up at $280,000 a year, up from $265,000. Make that retroactive to January 1st of this year, 2024. And the reason why we're making the exception to the rule, our recommendation is to make an exception to the rule that the pay be retroactive is because our contract provided that we should have started the discussions about Mr. Wazanski's evaluation back in October on the 1-year anniversary of his contract. We didn't. I think I made the referral, or somebody made the referral in November, December, and then we took it up in January. And now we're only getting to, we're at May 21st and we've concluded the negotiation or the evaluation. So by no fault of his own did we not get to the point where we're making a decision on his compensation except for by us kind of taking a long time to do it. So with that said, we're kind of rolling up on, in 5 months' time, the other period of time where we're supposed to do, the next period of time in which we're supposed to do is evaluation. So Councilmember Barrett wanted to ensure that, at that time, we just conduct an informal evaluation amongst us without a third party and the like. I had some inclinations to do an automatic increase in January 2025 of 3% commensurate with what we've extended to the other employee groups. And that would get him to median, or at least the current median. Don't know if it'd be median at that time. But I'm open to also conducting an evaluation in October, November, December, and having this discussion again in January of next year. So.
Anything to add, Councilmember Barrett, since you were the other subcommittee member?
No.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Well, let me, actually, can I just say something?
Yes, you may.
Sorry, I didn't speak about his performance, but City Manager Wazanski has been nothing short of phenomenal and awesome as a city manager. We've expected as a council, we are a super activist council. I can tell you as from serving at other governmental bodies, that nobody is as active as the council members on this council. And we demand perfection from him on every subject, and we want him to hit every task and do it yesterday. And we are so tough on him. And he responds, he delivers, he hires great people, he takes action when there's a problem. He's responsive 7 days a week, 365, and he's a great asset to the city. And I am thankful that he's not looking at the Manhattan Beach city manager opening, that he's loyal to Redondo Beach. He sees his future here. He sees the future here improving significantly. And so we're lucky to have him, and I'd like to retain him.
Thank you. So I'd like to take a minute and kind of build on that praise. I've been involved in city activism here since 2000 and have dealt with multiple city managers. And as I was putting together the state of the city and gathering all the data to put the progress from the last year, I can say without any question that the momentum that's built has been phenomenal. And having been in this position now for several months, working with Mike has been a pleasure versus what I've experienced with previous city managers. And I attribute all that to two things. One is the council is, it feels like a log jam is broken loose. So you guys all deserve some credit, but also takes leadership to guide the team that executes against your wishes, and that's Mike. And it's not just Mike, the whole city staff feels differently than it did just a few years ago. So I want to thank you, Mike, for all you've done there, and just, pile on the praise. I'm fully supportive of the recommendation here. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light, and thank you for the comments on the work, to council members on the work. Yeah, I'll say this. We, Councilmember Lowenstein and I have been here since 2017, and we've been through a lot. We've seen a lot. The amount of change that has happened has been tremendous, positive change. And we're moving forward at a very good rate in a positive way. A lot of things are getting done. I respect the pay increase that you guys have here. I do have a couple of issues on this. One is I asked for last May to have a review to get all the new council members on board in May of last year. And we had one meeting, we didn't have time in a closed session to get to it. We got to it quickly. It was supposed to come back, and the reason why was I wanted to set the expectations moving forward so we wouldn't have this issue. So I don't believe that the retroactiveness should be in there. If it was our fault, if it was his fault, if it was so much going on, it is what it is. I don't think it's fair to the employees that we bargain with, that we don't give a retroactive to. I think it's just a fair across the board. And I do, to your point, Councilmember Baji, would like to put in the contract that we do, I would extend it until 2026. And I would like to put in there that we do need to do a review in October, November. Somehow hold ourselves to that, or have someone bring that back to us to make sure that gets done. it won't, the review is not, well, I will say this. I do believe that we should have, as council, just like we did with the capital improvement projects, have items that we all believe need to get done so that, or an item that gets done, and if those are accomplished, we can assign a bonus to that. Goals. Every other major organization of our size does that, so that, I'm very sensitive to 3-5 councils, and I'm very sensitive to things being ignored, right? And we don't want things ignored or falling by the wayside. So that's kind of how I feel on that. With regards to the review, whatever wording we can get into the contract for that, if we do it tonight and have it come back, that's fine. But I do believe we should have that in the contractual obligation. We get to that. You get to hold our feet through fire. It's our responsibility. You have to get that done.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
I agree with all your sentiments. Mike's been terrific. He's very communicative. He calls me before every meeting, and I'm really appreciative of that. And he is reachable all the time, even when he's out of town. So I really appreciate the work you've done. And I think every penny of this is deserved. I'm split on the retroactivity or not. I totally see your point on this because we don't do this for other employee groups. But I also see that we messed up. This should have been done months ago. And that's on us. So that's a tough one. I don't really, it's not a huge amount of money. It's more about principle. That's more than anything. I think it works out to $4,000 or $5,000 difference probably. But it's not about the money, it's about the principle. And I almost think that we have to own this for not doing this and have to think about this going forward.
That was my point with bringing this in May, so we get everyone on board.
I know, and we didn't do it.
No,
It's on us, totally.
we don't control the agenda.
Yes, but we could have kept insisting, and I think.
I did.
We got lost because there was a lot of things going on. The sheer amount of projects we've been doing has been astounding. I mean, we did over 1,000 items last year on the agenda, right? Over 1,000, which is breakneck speed compared to what we were doing before. So, it's a tough call. I'll go with, again, the majority of what council wants. I think we have to, I want to make sure that Mike stays here. So I'm not sure that's going to push him over the edge one way or another, but I think we need to own this as well, too. Thinking about it going forward. And I'm fine with the annual increases and the extension as well, too. So.
What is your
Councilmember Baji.
recommendation? I was just going to make a comment that, he's on his own. He doesn't have a union with him. It's just him. And I think when it comes to putting things on the agenda, I mean, it's probably more selfless trying to get things done rather than pushing to have his, yeah. So I would be okay with doing this retroactively this time. But I'm wondering what the recommendation or your motion is for,
The recommendation is to make it retroactive January 1st, because if you look at
January 1st, and then
And then a review?
review.
And then we'll resume the review, do another review in October amongst us without some outside.
With the deadline of January. Is that
With a deadline of January, hopefully we have this discussion again by January of next year, or maybe the first week of January, and we make it, effective immediately. But also, what I can say, if you're yielding the floor, is the contract language is here in the agenda packet, and it says, City Council may annually review and evaluate his performance and compensation in closed session. It's not requiring us to, it's not requiring him to make us do so, and he's our employee. And if we want to evaluate our employee, that's in our discretion to do so. And if we don't want to, we've made it flexible so that we're not liable if we don't do it. So and when we finally got the ball rolling, it's because we made the referral. One of us made the referral to do it and put it on closed session. And Councilmember Kalajarevic is absolutely right. He's not putting himself first and throwing himself out there and saying, hey, review me and increase my pay. So I think this is a must. And if you don't want to do retroactive, then I think you need to push up his salary higher.
Mike, you look like you want to say something.
I was just going to say that this language was changed from the previous language that made it more mandatory. And it was in, I think, by July or June. Time was never good. The subcommittee was Councilman Lowenstein, Mayor Brand, previous year, and Councilmember Obaji, who discussed it with the city manager, and all agreed that October is the ideal time, given the normal council calendar. October was not a good time, plus Mayor Brand was not attending because he was sick. And it's hard, you can draft language, or I can draft language that will hold you accountable, but ultimately,
Somebody has to enforce that.
yeah, and like, how do you want to be held accountable? Because it was.
Patient.
So it's, the problem is, I think, so anyways, how do you want to hold yourself accountable? Ultimately, it's by deciding, you want to have it. And I can already think of things that are going to come up in October that are very time sensitive and could easily push this into the future. So I think it was designed to give you maximum flexibility. I think that's wise. And then you just recall this and, okay, maybe the second meeting in October, and you can put a referral as part of your motion to agendize the evaluation at the second meeting in October. And then it's coming back at least once, the second meeting in October.
Sure. All right.
In closed session.
Oh, yeah, for the evaluation. You can't talk about.
Yes.
Can we hear from the public before I make a motion?
Yeah. Anybody else before I go? Councilmember Narenheim, are you?
Is from public or first public?
Okay. So I have one card, and that's from Officer Carlberg, representing the Police Officer Association.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Robert Carlborg. I'm the president of the Redondo Beach Police Officers Association. I represent the officers, sergeants, lieutenants, and captains of your police department. I'm here today to speak to you about the city manager's salary increase that's pending. The RBPOA believes the city manager is doing an outstanding job and he has our full support. This has not always been the case with previous city managers, and we appreciate the effort that he's made in bridge building. It's great to see the councils realize you must pay fair market rates, not only if you want to retain the best people, but you also want to recruit them as well. It's especially refreshing to see that cities finally abandoned its policy of previous councils when it comes to retro pay. I can remember a time when we were out of contract for over a year and that council wouldn't consider retro pay for us at all. I know there's been a lot of movement in salaries for most of the employee groups. The council's made real progress in making up a lot of lost time. I encourage your yes vote in this agreement. It sends a clear message and signal at that Redondo Beach has turned a corner when it comes to employee relations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
None.
And we still don't have e-comments? No. Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
I mean, I just want to reiterate, I was for planning this starting in May and June, and I started making my conversations and phone calls in September. And I believe, Councilmember Barron, you and I started talking in October, November, I want to say, October, November about this. If it's our screw up, I apologize. I'm really tough now. I know exactly where this path is going down, and I don't feel comfortable with it. I do believe in giving him this money because I would say this. I would say maybe we don't do retroactive and we do an extra percentage, half a percentage point or something come January 1. You understand?
0.5%?
Or whatever that number is.
3%.
Whatever that number
That's to
is.
keep up with inflation.
You're not.
No. He's saying
Instead of retroactive.
Instead of retroactive,
Yeah.
an extra $0.5% to make up for that.
He said 0.5% January 1.
No, I think he's.
Yeah. No. On top of something that.
On top
Get
of,
it, I'd say 295 and no retroactive.
What's 295? I'm sorry.
95.
25 is,
Oh,
no offense, I think,
Okay, yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, The retroactive pay is about $4,000 for those 4 months that we
Okay,
missed.
so, all right, I'll make a motion. And this,
Amend your motion, or?
I haven't made a motion yet.
No. Okay.
All right, and Officer, Mr. President Kalborg, we are not changing the city's policy on retroactive pay except relative to this unrepresented employee who does not have the benefit of an association or a bargaining representative. So,
I'm not saying because we're a union that we pay a price for that.
no, not at all.
Okay, they're not going to have a debate.
It's like I said, because he did not have by no fault of his own, did we only reach this discussion on May 21st, 2024, when it should have occurred back in October. So the motion is to direct the city attorney to prepare a contract amendment to the city manager's contract with the city, increasing his salary by $15,000 from $265,000 to $280,000, making the salary increase retroactive to January 1st, 2024, and extend the term of his contract to December 31st, 2026, and further agendize the discussion of the evaluation of the city manager for the second meeting in October 2024.
Second.
Closed session.
He knows it's closed session. It's a government code.
So do we have a second?
Why, let me ask you this, why don't we just make his pay 280 starting, oh, I see what you mean. Why can't we have a bonus at the end of the year, if he accomplishes certain goals, if he gets a high performance review? Let's do that.
Discuss that after October, after our October evaluation.
You can put that in the contract now.
Let's talk in
$4,000
October. We have the
bonus.
discretion to do that. We'll have that discussion in October and go from there.
So we have a motion. I don't have a second yet.
Yeah, he did, he seconded it.
Well, and
You guys
just,
got to make it more obvious to me.
it's after October. You won't have that discussion in October because you can't talk about compensation, just
Right.
for the record.
But we'll
I mean,
begin
it could
the
have been the
process of that.
third
Okay.
meeting in
We
October.
got a motion and a second. I showed Councilmember Narenheim and
No.
Councilmember Obaji still have hands up. Is that?
What?
Okay.
Your
No
computer's
hands up.
wrong.
No hands up.
It's slow internet in this
Okay,
place.
so no other discussion. Let's do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim. Clock's ticking.
I want to vote yes, but I know the ramifications. No, no, no.
Councilmember Mullins.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Without hesitation, aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
And I wish I could vote on this, but I can't. So it passes 4-1. Thanks for all you do, Mike.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to serve. I appreciate working with all of you. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go to mayor and council referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
So thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
No.
And I have none. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All four?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Just 82 more BRR.